Looks like there we go. We are live here with Real News. We have a very special show for you guys today, tonight specifically. If y'all subscribe, like, and share this video, because we have a big, huge special guest coming up in a few minutes, so stay tuned for that. But we're going to talk about some hot news stories going on throughout the week first, real quickly, and then we'll dive into that. But like I said, like, share, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Get your friends in here so that we can all hang out for the special guest we're having coming up, and you might be able to ask her a question to chat. So, like I said, like, share, and subscribe, and get all your friends in here. One of the biggest stories happening this week, other than the Stonk Wars, is happening in Congress, and there is a congresswoman in Georgia named Marjorie Taylor Greene, or MTG, not Magic the Gathering, but Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she won her race, and she kind of, when she did that, she drew some attention because some people were calling her a QAnon congresswoman, which frankly isn't really true. It has grains of truth to it, but it's not really true. And Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats are trying to make her an example. They are stripping her from all of her committees, like every congresswoman and man is in, and they voted to get her off of all of those. And I think it was a vote across party lines. Like, it was all Democrats voted to take her off the committees, and all Republicans voted to keep her on the committees. So it's pretty wild, and I personally think it's awful. I think, honestly, the more I hear about her, the more I like her. I really, really have. I will not condemn her. I won't. I mean, they're forcing these Republicans to, they're trying to pressure them into it. I'm never going to do it, because you guys don't deserve a condemnation from me for this. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think if the Republicans let her get removed from office, that will set a precedent, and that's going to happen throughout the next, however long Democrats have power. We need to go and stand by her. The Republicans that, did we have any Republicans that crossed over?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that, like I said, it was all Republican versus Democrat in terms of vote. All Republicans voted to keep her on the committees. All Democrats voted to take her off.
Ultimately this means that should the GOP take the House, which is starting to look more and more likely in 2022, then that green lights the GOP to be able to do the same thing, right? Not saying that that's good or bad. I'm saying it green lights them now that they've opened, now that they've put that option on the table. Now you have to figure, okay, who can we get off of these committees, right? We could get AOC off her committee. We can get AOC off of her committees. We can get Adam Schiff off of his committees, right? We could get wait a minute, who's Swalwell? Swalwell's the House, right? Or he's the Senate.
I think he's a senator.
Okay. Anyway, whatever.
Ask the spy that slept with him.
Right.
Like, he should be removed from his committees for that. That's pretty bad.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. But I mean, obviously the Dems don't care. But this is like, oh, you decided to go here. Now it gives us the opportunity to go there, right? And I'm sorry. And for people saying, oh, don't stoop to their level, I'm like, no, we got to protect what's ours now. Like, we're past that point of like, oh, we can't stoop to their level or something like that. Like, look, we have to fight for what's ours now. Okay, that's because if we don't do it, if we keep not doing anything, the Dems are going to keep taking, right? They're going to keep taking. They're going to keep doing their thing until the GOP has nothing left. And so, yeah, we have to fight. We have to fight.
Yeah, I say when they go low, we go lower, honestly, because at this point, we are not by... I mean, first of all, not in power. That hurts a lot. But by not fighting back at all when you're out of power is bad. But once you get power, the Republicans really suck once they get power, in my opinion, because they don't seem to do anything with it. And you got to use it while you have it, because this all could have been prevented if Republicans fought to stop the steal, if they fought for Donald Trump, but they didn't. And I'm really liking MTG from what I see. The QAnon stuff, I want to address that because I did research it. It looks like I personally think what happened was, from what I've seen, is that she got a little duped into it initially, and she kind of realized this is a bunch of stupid shit, and then got off of it, which happened to a lot of people. And she also likes some things on Facebook that are a little, people may or may not like. But again, they're looking at just ridiculous things and blowing it out proportion. If you were to look at what any public figure liked on Twitter, you would find something bad. It's just silly that you're punishing somebody for liking something on Twitter or on Facebook. It doesn't really change who this person is because they hit a little button on something they may not have even read fully.
That's a good point, Sean. They like, and here's a good indicator that somebody's full of shit, right? When they try to put you in this general box, right? If you like a certain thing, or if you like a certain opinion, if they try to move you in a certain group, like, or if you believe that there might have been some sort of deep state shit, then they go, oh, well, you must be QAnon, right? If they try to box you in that in a general group type setting, odds are they're full of shit. And that's exactly what they did with MTG. Anyway, sorry, Alex.
Well, you know why they do that? It's because they're like they all think the same, they all vote the same. That's why they are the most monolithic political party in the United States currently, probably even the world, because at least with other political like other countries, they have 20 different political parties that take this view and that view. Over here, it's either all or nothing, except for the Republicans, because they can never stand together with a shit unless they're opposing something.
Well, it's a power strategy. It's a power strategy. Like they're trying to, they're trying to make these broad terms to fit into chess moves to maneuver themselves into this power game in Congress. And she's like, MTG's finding out the hard way that these people really are that fucking slimy. And I mean, I like what she's doing. Like, do I agree with everything she says? No, but they're like, if we were gonna get rid of everyone that we disagreed with on one thing, Congress would be empty. Like, so, I mean, you gotta keep things in perspective. Every candidate has a different set of, every human has a different set of opinions that doesn't really, and that's okay, right? We're supposed to have a different set of opinions, so that way we can, we can debate and talk and come up with better opinions together. That's the whole point of having debates. That's the whole point of having discussion. But that's not what's happening at Congress. They're not representing you as people. So,
well, see, you made a very good point there, Phil. Like, she's I'm sure she's not the only like sort of person who has those views, like, or had those views at one point in time.
yeah.
Like, she's representing her district, and what the Democrats want to do, remove her, is basically disenfranchising that whole area of the United States. A lot of people at one point in time fell for some of those Q things, and I think that everyone should be represented in Congress. I think no matter how your ideas are, you are, as long as you pay taxes, as long as you're a United States citizen, you should be able to have your voice heard. Whether or not I like it, I know there's like they have communists out there. I don't like them, but they should still be allowed to have their reps.
Yeah, I want them. Even though I despise communism and I despise the I don't want to say despise people who believe in communism, but like I definitely I I even though I don't really like them per se, I want them to have a platform. I want them to be able to speak their mind, and I want to be able to interact with them, because that's how we make better, again, that's how we make better opinions, right? I disagree with you, you disagree with me. Let's debate on something, right? Let's debate on something and let's make our opinions better. If you shut people out, that never happens. So
Well, I think one of I've noticed that the goalpost has changed because you see always everybody, like when they speak publicly, they always have to caveat things with the phrase, "I don't agree with X on everything," but I mean I almost actively try to avoid that phrase so much. I'm not like attacking anybody that does, but it shows you how the opposition has just weaponized cancel culture, opinions, all that crap, to get to a point where you're just scared to like somebody because of one or two opinions they might have. They're controversial. I mean, it's just silly. Like, this has never been a thing. Imagine if you like Michael Jackson or if you like Kevin Spacey movies. Do you always have to caveat it with, well, I don't agree with everything Michael Jackson did in his private life, but he makes some good shit. I don't agree with everything Kevin Spacey did in his private life, but, he was a good actor. Like, nobody does that. And for some reason, when it comes to political things, it's always, well, I don't agree with everything Alex Jones says, but, he's pretty funny. It's like the level of acceptance of associations, who you can be with, who you can talk about, who you can just like for one or two things is ridiculous. It's like whenever somebody will praise Trump for one or two things, they're like, yeah, I like Trump's tax cuts. It's like, oh, you're a Trump supporter. You're a Nazi automatically. It's such a weird world we live in, and we're so used to it now.
I mean, you have to, like, you honestly have to go there, because the second you don't say something like that, then the opposition's like, oh, see, you must be like if you say, oh, I don't agree with that, if you say I don't agree, if you don't say I don't agree with everything that MTG says, they're like, oh, so you're QAnon too. And then you got the fucking press that's completely galvanizing all of it and amplifying it and going, oh, well, because he said he didn't say this, or because he said this or did this, he must be QAnon too, or whatever. So they have to say that, really, to basically let the constituents and let the people know that yeah, we're not fucking children, okay? We don't have we don't agree with everything a person says, but we shouldn't have to. Like, you
Yeah.
have to repeat it, like in almost like childlike form, because these people are getting like the constituents are getting lied to every fucking day. Every day. They look on social media, they're getting lied to. They're going on, they're looking at the mainstream media news, they're getting lied to. Like, even when they watch channels that aren't mainstream that aren't mainstream news, right? They're getting lied to, right? It's a constant bombardment of BS. And so you kind of have to say that, but
I think we
it's
should
sad.
stop saying it though, only to see what happens, because we've been doing it for so long that we get conditioned into it. And I understand why people do. Like I said, I'm not knocking anybody, but like Law JIC says in the chat, don't give an excuse for any of your beliefs. Fuck that. Yeah, that's how I feel. It's like,
Yeah, no, I agree. Look,
yeah.
and it's not that I don't agree with you, right? I agree with you totally on it. The problem is, yeah, this is the unfortunately, this is the culture we live in, and until we change that culture, and we're gonna have to get, and it starts with getting rid of some of these people that are in Congress, right? Like that, and get it getting more alternative social media, getting more alternative media out there. As soon as we build that up to a level that's competitive with everybody else, this
Mm-hmm.
is what we have, right? So, and we're getting there. Look, we're getting there, right? We there's there's good alternative social media out there. There's good media that's out there. But it's just not there yet. So
Well, one
we got
thing
to
that's
just
in,
keep fighting,
yeah,
keep fighting.
one thing too that I think, hey, actually, you know what I'll do? There is one thing I disagree with Marjorie Taylor Greene is that she went and apologized in front of Congress for all this.
I fucking hate apologies. Oh
Yep,
my god.
me too. And it showed.
Never apologize. Never. She broke rule number 1. Never apologize to the mob.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and that's where I think for her, I can understand why she did it. The pressure was on her. She's new to all this. I get it, but that's the problem. It's a rookie mistake. If I were her, wouldn't have said that. I would have said I don't like doing the woulda coulda shoulda crap, but like let's say I was in her position, I think the better play would have been like I don't believe those things or I don't believe them anymore, but not say I'm sorry. Because she did say, I apologize. And it's like, don't do that. That doesn't matter.
Nope.
If you
Nope.
genuinely do something wrong and you feel really bad for it, I get it. But you like something on Facebook. Who cares? And when we have candidates running in a few years that have OnlyFans accounts, that have Tinders, that have Grinders, that have TikToks with some embarrassing photos and whatnot and nudes, this is gonna look like child's play. I mean, it's just so silly. It's really just. I think everybody should look at this, see how silly it is, because they were even going after her for when she did a video a few years ago when she saw David Hogg in Washington, D.C., and she confronted him. And David Hogg is not a child. I don't care what anyone tells you. He is in college. He is an adult, and he is a public figure. He is.
He's also a pillow merchant now.
Yeah, apparently he's trying to get into the pillow market. I mean, hey, diversification, try new things. I get it, but his Redbubble swag store is pretty cringe. We should actually pull that up. It's pretty bad. He has shirts like, did I put in general? I think he has all these like, yeah, he has shirts that say beta soy person and proud soy boy. There are times to not embrace the meme, and this is one of them. You do not want to be a proud soy boy. I'm sorry. That is, you're gonna get bullied for that.
Yeah, no, I mean he's the kind of guy who that like, look, you're if you're under the age of 18, you can be kind of like that. Like you can be what David Hogg has been for a couple of years and kind of get away with it just because you're young. People tend to not like picking on young people or whatever, but like now he's a grown ass man, okay? Sort of.
I was gonna say sort of.
He is a U.S. classified man. Okay.
He's 20 years old.
Right. So, calling yourself a proud soy person?
Cringe.
No.
And I think
to be fair, he's in a safe space at Harvard because that's like no longer like, I mean, Harvard is no longer basically the beacon of academic prowess. It's basically a glorified liberal for leftist fraternity.
It's a pen for pussies.
Yeah, it's glorified leftist for So, so he's in a safe space, but yeah, the real world will come calling.
But here's the thing: is like even after this happened, after the shooting happened, which obviously is a tragic thing. One, I don't even think he was into school when it happened, and number two, he was over the age of 18. by the time he was becoming this big public figure. He's always
Hmm.
been an adult in the public eye. He's never been a child. And to act like Majority Taylor Greene is this awful person for confronting somebody in a confronting an adult public figure in a public space is ridiculous. It's childish on the part of the people attacking her. And it's just ridiculous. I mean, you're also saying that he can't handle it too. That's the other thing. It's like, oh, he can't handle a few words, a few harsh criticisms, well deserved. Very silly.
Well,
And this was in
compare.
2019, by the way. This was in 2019 when she went after him publicly. This wasn't, years ago. It wasn't like right after the shooting. This was in 2019.
Well, the other thing with him that we had to consider too is like he put himself in the spotlight. Like, look how they treated Sandman.
Yes.
Someone who did not want to be a public figure, but they made him become a public figure. They crucified him. They said that he was racist. They said all this stuff. They dox a child, you know, versus David Hogg, who did everything in his power to go make himself become a public figure. And then too, like look at some of the cringy shit. Too. I'm surprised he wasn't canceled. Like, didn't they find his Reddit account? There was some incel goings on with that.
Yeah, there's some really weird stuff with this kid. Like his Reddit account, apparently they found his Tinder. I don't know if those screenshots are real, but they're really funny. He's, he put himself in, he didn't like you say, he didn't get pulled into this like Sandman. He jumped in head first. He knew what he was getting into to some degree. And this is a reality if you're a public figure. Love it or hate it, that's the way it is. And if you can't handle that, I mean, you shouldn't be a public figure. Because if you're putting yourself out there in the public, like, people have the right to talk to you.
Yeah.
Of
Oh, did
course,
you see that guy in the chat?
I was gonna say I was gonna read those comments. We see Law JIC says I purposely don't wear a mask because I want people to engage me. Like, let's talk about the elephant in the room. What is that elephant? But that's an interesting thing to do, actually. Good point. This is nothing compared to the next 15 years of high school garbage people are going to look back on. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Generation Zoomer here. I know that people my age are putting
Pussies.
stupid shit online all the time. Look at recently Shoe on Head. She actually had her nudes leaked, and it's out there. That's the reality with these people. I mean, and I like her, and I like a lot of people my age, but people my age do some really stupid stuff when it comes to things like nudes, dick pics. I don't get that shit. You'll never, if you ever see one day, if I'm ever, a public figure or something, and you see, oh, Sean's dick pic is here. This is Sean's nudes. I'll tell you right now, it's bullshit because I would never do something like that. I've never done anything like that, but I know people that have done shit like that, and it always comes back to bite you because once you share it, it's gone. Everybody's gonna have it. Once you take it off your phone, even then it can technically be hacked, but once it gets off your phone, dude, it's gonna be in everybody's screens. And Lord Sakarot says, so time amid the election been stolen. Both parties did nothing to stop the decay of the USA. In your opinion, what is more likely to happen? USA breakout, rise of a Napoleon, or nothing? Nothing is more likely if you're talking about only those three things. I think the far more likely option is that both sides become more radical and people move in this country and politically self-segregate. That's what I think is going to happen. But, secession and actual civil war is extremely unlikely, regardless of what happens.
Well, I think, like, I, in some ways, I still have hope for humanity, right? I mean, I always say if we continue going down this road,
Right.
then then either like a split or like a Napoleon type figure is probably inevitable if we're going in that particular direction. But I have a little bit of hope in humanity, right? And I think that we as a people can get more intelligent, right? Can start, making better decisions, right? We tend to make better decisions when we start getting older for the most part. I mean, we still got a lot of stupid people out there at older ages, but for the most part, you tend to get wiser when you get older. But I think we're gonna start seeing new, like with Congress. I think we're seeing. I think we're just gonna start seeing new faces. I
Yes.
think we're gonna start seeing better people, and I think that's a good thing. Like you just need. I've advocated for term limits for I don't know how fucking long. Like
Yeah.
you should not in Congress. You should not be in Congress for 20 plus years. That's not how it's
Who
supposed to
would
go
want to be
to
in
work.
Congress for 20 years? I could barely
The
handle a
people that are
day.
in Congress,
People who are
they
making
want to be in for 20 years.
No, I know, but I'm being facetious because any normal person couldn't last a day around these disgusting people.
I know, right?
You know.
want to be in there that long as if you're profiting, and that's
Exactly.
Of course.
You can, and I'm exaggerating when I say a day. It's like, because I know there's a lot of people out there with good intentions that get into this shit, and they can bear the beating. But like like the typical person, they could, they could last, and I'd say quite a couple, a term. But it's like after that, I would want to just jump off a cliff because these people are psychopaths. They're literally sociopaths.
I mean, look what kind of money look at what kind of money these people are fucking pulling in uh with their shady campaigns, with the insider trading, with the speaking fees that they use to fucking skirt like these like
They launder money,
the
basically.
it's just it's nuts.
You know what they should do is they should go and make a tax on these fucking speaking fees for any ex-politician, and make it be like 80%, because that's basically graft to that point.
Like the when you remember when Rachel Maddow was blasting on television like, oh, I got Trump's tax returns. I got Trump's tax returns. Here they are, blah blah blah. Right? And it showed that Trump actually paid taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, he paid more taxes than a good chunk of these politicians did. Uh I I want to know. I really kind of want to know like what kind of taxes are these fuckers paying? Like I think that should be like uh I think that should be public information.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like yeah. I like and I feel like if you're if you're championing for uh raising taxes on like rich people and stuff, at the very least you should be getting taxed at that same rate that you're desiring to, you know,
Yeah.
that you're desiring. And like because it's like Bernie Sanders, like he was getting taxed less than Donald Trump, right? You shouldn't be asking to make the rich pay for their fair share and then go and not pay as much, like pay less taxes than Donald Trump. Doesn't really jive very well.
Well, last thing I'll say, and then we'll segue actually to a new face. Perfect subject we're on right now. But I think, like, that's why I like these new faces, because I hope these are people that go in, do some good shit, and then get out. Like, we have Lauren Boebert, we have Matt Gaetz, we have Majority Taylor Greene. And that's kind of the new wave we're seeing, the new faces of these populist, nationalist, pro-Trump people coming in. And that's what I hope for their young faces. They're hopefully all have good intentions. DeSantis is another one that's really solid. And I mean, you gotta keep in mind, this, like, going into government is a public service. Like, that is what it's supposed to be. Of course, these people in the swamp don't do that. They do it for money and power, but it's supposed to be public service where you feel like you need to do something, you get in, you do what you need to do, and you get out. Great examples are Nigel Farage and Donald Trump, and they're both people I love and admire because they're populists. They got in, especially Nigel Farage. He got in, he won Brexit. That was his whole thing. He got in.
If he had, I don't think he really wanted to get out.
No, he did. He stepped down.
He stepped down.
Yeah, he stepped down
Yeah.
from UKIP.
No, I was saying Trump.
Well, Trump wanted to complete his 8 years, but even for 8 years, he, like, once he's done with it, once he's done his presidency, he's done. He's at the end of his life. He came in and he's even said that the reason he did this was because he looked at his son Barron one day and was like, I don't want to leave this country in shambles, in a total wreck, before I go, and he has to live in it. So he ran for president to make America great again, as we all know. And yeah, he obviously he wanted it to be longer, but at the end of his 8 years, that would have been it for him in terms of holding political office. So those are two good examples, and that's how I think it should be. And we have another great example of somebody who's going into politics with good intentions and wanting to shake up the establishment. And that is who our special guest is that we've all been hyping up for you guys. And we'll, by the way, Lord Sakurai, I know I read your comment about the Time Magazine thing. We're going to address that actually a little later in the show because that's a very interesting piece. And Law JIC says, I'm just glad that there's a younger gen behind me willing to look at things with a reasonable, thoughtful way. Thank you. You're welcome. We try. And
Unfortunately, not enough of them right now. So
what was that?
unfortunately, we're not exactly the majority of Gen Z and millennials and shit like that.
We're not, but I have to say, Gen Z, Zoomers, they give me hope. And like Phil said, nothing's inevitable. I have hope. I'm more hopeful than ever, especially after seeing Reddit take down the stock market. I mean, I love the times we're living in. So without further ado, though, we will go to our special guest for tonight, which is somebody you've probably, if you've been a long, loyal follower of the channel, you will know her. But her name is DONI. DONI the Don, as she calls herself on Twitter. And she started off with activism in Texas and growing her social media and Twitter presence and being a occasional guest on our show, which we always appreciate. And Phil found her, and we've been talking to her for a year, and now she's decided to throw her hat in the ring and run for mayor. So we're really excited to have on now not just Donnie the Don, but mayoral candidate Donnie Anthony. So Donnie, I'll give you the floor.
Hey, so how's everyone doing? I had zero nervousness at all when I was first wanting to run. But then as I got closer to announcing it, like publicly, it was kind of shaky. But I'm still extremely excited to run. Running for mayor in Arlington, Texas. We don't have incumbent this time because we have term limits in Arlington for our mayor. So the term is every 2 years, but you only get 3 times now. So I'm running because at first I was initially looking to see who I could support with my activism, and helping out the candidates. But, as I was looking at the candidates, I'm like, I don't think that any of these people are going to work out. I don't see any of them. I don't think I've even heard any of them bring up the Constitution once. And so I thought about it. Kept doing more research. I talked to Phil a lot about it, and I was like, I'm going to run because I'm going to be the best option. I seen what happened in the general elections. Very disappointed of how that turned out. The country is not going in the direction where they're serving the people, and I am for the people. I have nothing really to gain personally from running for mayor of Arlington because one, it took me a long time to find this, but I did find out and realize that our mayor only makes like $250 a month. So if you're going to be a mayor, either you're going to have some kind of big old side business and some big connections you're going to have still like to make all this money, or you're really there to serve the people. And that's what I want to do. So right after the general elections, by the way, when I called and asked if the mayor had endorsed anyone yet, I was told no. And once I started digging and like watching interviews and researching the candidates, I saw the mayor endorse a gentleman named Jim Ross. November 12th, right after the elections. So his reasoning for running that I saw was, our current mayor can't run anymore and he wants to keep it going in the same direction. And I'm like, well, I need to run because I think that we should have the people having the power back, especially how the small businesses were treated during COVID and how the people were treated during COVID. So yeah, I'm running, and that was the main intention of running in the first place.
Honestly, that's really awesome. I think it's great that you're doing it, and we all obviously support you because this is the kind of stuff we've all been talking about on this show, and that people across the country have been wanting. It's new faces, people that don't come from ritzy political families, that aren't part of the swamp, that aren't part of the establishment, people that are actually going to fight for the people. And that's one of the things I like about you is that you know your community, you care about your community. And since diving into it, what is your main goal, like when you're becoming mayor, like what is going to be your main goal to accomplish for the people? What do you want to do for them?
Number one main thing is I want to deregulate as many unconstitutional rules or codes that the city enforces as if they are law, because businesses have a better chance of growing and succeeding and not failing when they don't have all these steps in front of them hindering them to be able to run their businesses. Like, especially now we have this more home based work environment. People want to start a business from home to give them a step. So that has to do with zoning. So, in order for me to accomplish those things, I'm going to need people's help and the support. Obviously, for us, like voting for me is a vote for us. And after the fact, because you have to come to these council meetings, you have to make sure they're not doing what they don't want. You don't want them doing, but behind closed doors. Like, you have to have the community engaged and involved in order to make sure that we're keeping Arlington going in the correct direction. That's for the people.
Yeah.
Well, I'm echoing. I mean, obviously you know this, but yeah, I'm echoing Sean's statements. This you running, Donnie, is an injection of what this country needs all over the place. Okay, the you, as far as I know, right, and maybe I can get help with these other two. You are probably the only candidate that I know right now since the general election, since that whole disastrous debacle that is the general election. You're the only person that I know. They're the first person that I know that's actually staked a claim in doing something about whatever, like what's going on around you, right? You're
Right.
the first. You're the first, right?
That I've seen,
And
yeah.
yeah, that you've seen. And we need more of you. We in this country we need more of you. Um
And
here's here
I feel
well
like I
go
can't be
go
like a Twitter finger person and like only talk about it and not be about it. I want to lead by example. I don't want people to say, "Oh, get involved in your community, vote, volunteer to be a poll watcher, run for office." If I'm not willing to do it myself, it's a big leap. But I feel like more people should do it, and a lot of people need to make sure they're not having elections right now, because we could have missed it paying attention to all the drama that happened last year during the last general election, and people being down in the dumps, or people thinking that my vote doesn't matter. Your vote won't matter if you don't vote at all. If you don't go out and volunteer, if you don't go out there and make sure that you're not cheating at the local level. So like, you guys we have to get out there and get involved.
Exactly. That's what we've been pushing for too. Is like, we all love to tweet, we all love to do things on Facebook, but not everybody wants to take the action and get out there and take the initiative. But people like Scott Presler, people like you guys are great on social media, and you're even better on the ground. You're even better actually doing action in person. And I just noticed on your site you have a meetup on Friday, February 26th at Clicks Billboards. You want to tell us about that?
So that was a temporary hold so we could have an event. But since the whole COVID restrictions, we found out after talking to the management there that they're only allowed like 10 people for reservation because of the COVID rules in the city. So they said that Arlington's open for business, but what they should have said was Arlington's open for limited business,
Mm.
because that hurts the businesses when you can't fully operate and make the money you need, especially all the money you lost when you had been closed.
So that brings up a question for me. What are your like what is your ideal, like your policies, your ideas for how Arlington will deal with COVID, or is that something that the mayor doesn't deal with?
So our mayor has so there's two different mayor structures that I found out. There's a strong mayor structure and there's a weak one. Strong one can do more vetoes, they can appoint people. They are more official, like, financially involved. The most powerful person in our city, what I've seen so far, is the city manager. So the mayor of Arlington will have more of a representation kind of power. We vote in the council meetings. That's why I was saying, in order for me to be able to push certain policies, the people would have to come and be involved in order to help make sure we get those done. Because I don't want to make any false promises on anything I can't. Um, but if we can get these regulations taken down, let the businesses decide how they want to run their businesses. You know, they can operate safely and open up and be able to save money on codes and fees and taxes, then that would be the best thing to help these businesses get again. Because our Walmart has been open this whole time. I mean, I personally haven't gone since then because I didn't want to wear a mask. But
Yeah,
so
that surprised me too, because I'd think of all the places, like I think Texas would be pretty good about the mask stuff, but from what you're saying, the city, it's down to the city level.
So it's a state thing because Greg Abbott did mandate the mask. But I will tell you this, I did find out that our current mayor, Jeff Williams, is one of the mayors that signed a letter to Greg Abbott asking for him to mandate masks. And he also
Mm.
asked for the money, the federal money that they're asking for during COVID, to go directly to the cities opposed to going to the state level first.
Hmm.
I like speaking of Mayor Jeff Williams, I like that you came in, okay, as soon as you made your announcement, you made your one of your announcement videos, you made it on Twitter, you made it on Gab, you made it on all your social media sites. And one of the things that I really liked uh was that, yeah, I mean, you did it in a way that was really like relatable in social media. And like your video on Twitter, not counting anybody else, is at a shade under 28,000 views, which is more so basically more people viewed your video than voted in the entire in each of the last 3 elections. Like, that's, to me, that's incredible, right? And not only that, like I look at, like, you also have you have your personal page at Donnie the Don. You also have your mayor page. And you know me, I like to, I like to do my memes, and I like to do my, I'm a snarky guy. I can't help it. It's in my DNA. Can't help it. Sorry. Okay. But yeah, like, so the mayor Jeff Williams, he's been in office for like 6 years, right? And he has like less than 600,000 followers. Or no, 600, sorry. Scratch that. I'm sorry. I goofed up. My bad. No, he has less than 600 followers. Um it took you less than 24 hours to surpass that. Just, you started up, boom, less than 24 hours, bam, you surpassed that already. And pretty much, I don't think there's another Twitter, I don't think there's any another social media page that's really doing as hot as you are, which is really important because social media is really how campaigns are getting their information across. You know, that is the future. Like it's not in campaign ads, on television or billboards or anything like that. It is the future. That is social media. It is in social media.
I mean, I think it's a big reason why Trump was so successful,
Yeah.
especially on Twitter with his campaign. And that's why it's so important that our Constitution is protected and people aren't silenced because one side doesn't agree and one side gets way more exposure. That's not it's not fair. It's not constitutional, and we'll be fighting for that too. But um, the whole thing is it's crazy. So this is a nonpartisan race. If you go to my page, you're gonna know where I stand. Just like when I go and watch interviews, I can tell where they stand. But it's a nonpartisan race. I am the only one of my kind, to put it politically correct, running, and there's 7 of us running that I last checked yesterday. There's 7 of us. The deadline is February 12th. Typically, there's about 20,000 people in Arlington that votes in these elections, and we have about, I think, almost 400,000 people in the city, and only 20,000 vote in these elections, and you have to get 50%, or there's going to be a runoff. So, if none of us get 50% of the votes, then the election will be prolonged.
Yeah, folks.
That's interesting.
If anyone's listening in the audience, and if you're in Texas,
Yeah.
Well, that's just the key thing, is that we need to remind everyone that if you like Di, if you like what she's saying, you want to see change actually happen from the bottom up in our political system, because it's not just the presidency. Trump is only one man. When we're talking about draining the swamp, we're draining it in Congress, we're draining it state by state, we're draining it by city. This is a part of that process. If you want that to happen, if you want the swamp to get drained in Arlington, Texas, and more places, because this is a ripple effect, this is a movement. If you want that to happen, highly encourage everybody to go to her website in the description. It's in the description of this video. You can check out everything she has on there. You can check out her Twitter. You can donate. You can volunteer. You can sign up for email alerts. You can do everything right there. So everybody should go to that to see more about it. But I have to say, I think your social media is your secret weapon that your opponents probably don't see coming until they Google your name and then they see, oh shoot, she's got 40. Wait, what are you up to now? Did I just say, yeah, roughly 40,000 more followers than they do. So I'm really excited for this.
And I'm also I've been shadow banned. I've lost about 20,000 followers on Twitter because of the censorship and what they're doing to one side. I don't think anyone should be censored. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean you should have a voice. And that's something that I've noticed, if you want to go on the party side, the right doesn't try to censor people. The left has been like, let's censor you, shut you up. You're dangerous. But what's dangerous is silencing people, is people's voices be heard. And then when they want to go to a platform where they won't be shut down, then a bunch of mass tech people shut down that platform. And like, where do people go? And you know what? We all met on social media and stuff. A lot of people have met and made friendships and relationships on there, but then they're getting shut down and they have to find another home to go to. And our elected officials should have stopped that. They should have made sure that the people's voices could be heard. I mean, you're supposed to be protect. You took an oath, protect the Constitution, and I'm not seeing that happen. So I have to I know I will do it. So it's I want our other elected officials to do the same thing.
Yeah, I totally agree, because that's how we met. When Phil found you, he found you online. I mean, the internet was supposed to bring people more together, not drive them further apart, and that's what these censorships, these bans are all doing, unfortunately. And again, that's why we gotta go back in the streets. We gotta go back knocking doors. We gotta do things the old-fashioned way a lot of the times, because they can ban us, but we can still go out and knock doors. And that's the key to these races. So if anybody in Arlington, Texas, or anybody near her in Texas wants to help out, gotta start hitting the pavement, gotta start putting the knuckles to the wood and start knocking doors, because that's how we get people out. Social media can only reach so many people, we know, with the shadow ban. And I know Donnie's gonna be working hard, and her team's gonna be working hard to go out there and reach all the people in Arlington to tell them about her, because let's be real. I mean, she's got competition, but she's a fighter. These people are lazy. They don't do anything for the people. So there's a amazing opportunity here to actually change things. It's just, we gotta make it happen. Just gotta vote. It's so simple. So
there's a couple things. Oh, yeah, Alex.
Yeah, so real quick, how is that even legal for them to declare that a race is nonpartisan? Because I thought that, the First Amendment guarantees a freedom of association. Like, how does that actually work?
I don't know. I think it's a city thing they decided to do, just like how they have a weak governor structure. But I don't want to call it weak as if the governor's just weak, But like, that's just how they term these kind of structures of the mayor position. I'm not really for sure how they were able to do it that way, because one problem with that, because some people might think, oh, that's a good thing that it's a nonpartisan race. No, it's not when they know the talking points for a particular side and they use it, and people think that they're voting for someone that they're not really voting for. People will go and take the initiative to go watch all these people's interviews, like I did, or I would have thought that the main candidate was more so someone I would support until I saw the videos, the interviews. And I also want to note too that Arlington is like a tourist kind of city. It has the Dallas Cowboys are in Arlington, Texas. They're not in Dallas. The Texas Rangers are here. Six Flags are here. It's a lot of things. Texas Live is here. So it's just a lot of things to do in Arlington, Texas, and it's a lot of big business here too, who people really feel like. I saw a post that someone made and says, doesn't whoever Jerry Jones endorses mayor, isn't that who's gonna be mayor? Like, because like this is how people think, but like it doesn't have to be that way. And something, I'm not bashing Jerry Jones. I have nothing against Jerry Jones, and I don't really completely agree with that comment that person made. But like when it comes to like this guy who's right now a head front runner, he's been endorsed by the current mayor, a previous mayor. He is the attorney for the Texas Rangers. He's one of the attorneys, Texas Rangers. He's been endorsed by different businesses. He's out there. He's working. I mean, like I see him he's meeting people. His signs are out and stuff. I see that. And I don't really see that from the other candidates quite yet. But he is the thing is funny about that too is like how he said why he was running. And we have term limits, and the mayor, I feel like, I'm not going to say Jeff is a bad person, but I feel like it's a way of getting around term limits, and you put whoever you want into office next.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's what it's looking like.
Like the way they're doing it seems like he's trying to go name a successor. So I hope what you do is successful. Go and sort of turn that around.
Yes.
I felt like, so you live in Arlington, right? It's so obviously running for mayor. Like I really need to work on my questioning skills. I swear to God, I suck sometimes. No. I mean, I do it. Like I have an idea of what I want to say. I just suck at like asking questions. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. So anyway, you're in Arlington. They just built a stadium for the Rangers, right? The Texas Rangers baseball.
Yes, we already had one.
Yeah, and it looked like, I mean, I felt like it looked like that the Rangers past ballpark looked okay to me. Like, I mean, you were at the old one, right?
Yeah, I've been to the old one. I love the old one. It was beautiful. The seats are extremely affordable. Like I was close to the field. It was a good time. It was a great stadium.
Like because I mean I'm saying that because like when the Rangers ballpark, this new one was finagled. I was Googling some of it, and they basically part of it was part of the funding was basically like a $500 million in city bonds, which they're funding by raising these taxes for for sales. They're raising sales tax. They're raising uh car hotel tax. They're raising car rental tax. Like all these taxes, they're raising these taxes, which is like
Yes.
very not Republican. Is a very not Republican thing to do, right?
Remember, it's a nonpartisan race, you guys. It's not very conservative thing to do, I guess.
Like I'm saying for somebody, and I mean, for some of these people that are that claim they at least lean a certain direction,
Right.
like some of this behavior is not congruent with someone who leans in that particular direction. And it's like, and maybe look, maybe there's some Ranger fans here, maybe there's some Cowboys fans here or whatever, but like I know that they finagled a similar, finagled a similar thing with the Cowboys, except there was less money raised or whatever, but there's like the same
And
tax
people
thing.
voted on that.
Yeah, like so people voted on that, and the Dallas Cowboys stadium makes a lot of money. Like that is a big revenue haul, right? I think the first year that they came up, it was like 450 million that first year in revenue. Like it's a haul, and they host a lot of stuff, and there's like I mean I don't baseball baseball stadiums tend to not do as well in hosting those kinds of events. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure where the money is going to come from, the baseball park. And so you use all that space. You're using all that space. You're paying people bought the interest on the bonds that are probably not even from Arlington. That's money leaving the city. You're raising taxes on the people that are in the city, right? Or and like I don't I don't know how something like that is supposed to help the people of Arlington. Like I mean, am I like am I wrong
I
to think
mean,
that, or I don't know.
you're not wrong to think that, and to be fair too, like right after that new stadium was built, the whole COVID thing, like
Yeah,
COVID thing happened, so
but
we
this
haven't
is
really
like
been able to
but this
fill
is
those
what I'm
seats.
saying. You're coming through a monument. You're doing this monumental stuff, right? Which the Texas Rangers didn't really put up that much money. At least with Jerry Jones's stadium, he put up a lot of his own money into
Mm-hmm.
that stadium. Right. The Texas Rangers didn't really pump a lot from what I can tell. I know there's like the city municipal the city bonds, there's the loans from Major League Baseball, and like it just like there's a lot. The Rangers really didn't put up a whole lot of their own capital, it looks like. uh so and we're experiencing what happens, why I don't know, there's like a reluctance to really do something like that, because if something like this happens, like something like COVID happens, like the city's on the hook. Like the city's basically on the hook. The people of Arlington are on the hook, and this is why they need people like you. Basically, I was just saying, I was speaking this whole like big spiel to basically say they need people like you to to represent them, right? Because it
Right.
feels like these people that have set this whole thing up, this sweetheart deal for the Texas Rangers, um, these were people that really weren't looking out for the people of Arlington. Like you seem like you're very much looking out for the people of Arlington.
Right. I'll look out for everyone. I'll look out for the small businesses, big businesses, but it needs to be fair, and if it's not something that's going to be good for everyone, then why do that? So what we have to, like, I guess, look at what was the motive, in doing this, And I'm not going to accuse or attack anyone for anything, but like I said, the mayor makes $250 a month. If there's any extra thing they get paid per meeting or something, okay. But that's based off what I was told when I called and asked, because I couldn't find it online anywhere. But our mayor is a developer, like not like a computer developer, but like develops infrastructures. So it's just like I don't know how that played out, like why that was a good idea. And I've seen some videos of people who were not very happy about that extra stadium being built. And this, by the way, this is no bash on the Texas Rangers, because like you get a good deal, you get a good deal. You know, that's business. Like that's a great deal. But like at the end of the day, our leadership in our city, when they made this deal, like how are they looking out for us? And you know, they said that taxes have gone down. And
Have you noticed anything? By the way, they said the taxes went down. Have you noticed that the taxes have gone down in the city? Because I
so
mean,
so personally, I rent, so you know your rent will go up.
yeah.
Mine did. And I have friends who own property who said they have to keep going back and challenging their property taxes. So
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not really for sure where the taxes have come down by what they're saying. But the other guy said that he promises that the taxes won't go up, but he can't promise that they'll go down. He'll say they'll probably plateau because of COVID. And I will say that I can't make any promises from that, because we have to, once I get in office, I have to go in and look at that and see how we can adjust those things. But you know, the things I want to do, you know, getting rid of these fees and regulations and all these things that are unconstitutional in the first place would be a good start on, you know, moving forward and making sure businesses are open, fully open to operate, and trust that they can run their businesses the way they want to. The consumer can choose. If they don't feel like you're operating in a safe way, then they don't have to grow your business. But at the end of the day, give that responsibility back to those businesses, and then give
Uh,
it back, the choice back to the consumers.
so here, I got one more question. I know, I'm kind of hogging up all hogging up all the TV time here. Sorry, but sorry guys. Look, hey, I'm sorry. Now, so I noticed that Jeff Williams, the Mayor Williams, was had lobbied about, you know, these mask mandates and all that stuff. Um, like, what about you? What say you about that? Because I feel like I tend to feel um like a mask should not be like a mandate. Like I feel like people should be considerate. I think people should be considerate and of other people and you know, other people's
Yes.
health and welfare or whatever. But I really don't think like that it should be like a mandate, you know?
So the mandate came from the state government. It came from Greg Abbott.
Okay.
Yes, yes, our current mayor did advocate for them to be mandated,
Yeah.
but I will be advocating for people to choose if they want to wear masks or not, because it's unconstitutional to tell people what they have to wear to walk
Yeah.
around and to go and buy their groceries. In order for you to go buy your groceries, you have to put this cloth on your face in order to, and then like just as long as you have something on your face, that's fine.
Mhm.
But if you look at these mass packages, and this has been censored on social media, and this has not been talked about on the media, these boxes or these packages tell you that these masks don't protect you against COVID. It says it on the boxes.
Mm.
So if someone feels like it's going to be safer for them to wear masks, that's their choice. You want to wear masks? Definitely wear the mask. If you do not want to wear masks and you're a healthy person, don't wear the mask. Because if that mask is going to protect you, then you shouldn't be telling other people what to do. And
Yeah.
honestly, when I see kids wear masks, like, and then apparently if you look at the numbers, they're not high risk. So like, why are these children breathing in, you know, like why are we doing this? Like, what's the actual
Yeah.
purpose? of doing that. And it's not that I'm like, I mean, for me personally, I don't like the mask, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to be a dictator and tell people that no one needs to wear a mask. If you want to wear a mask, you can wear a mask, wear the mask. But
Yeah.
we never had a mask mandate nationwide, statewide before last year. But all these other things have happened. There's never been a mask mandate. And then people always say, be careful, don't talk about COVID like that and masks. Like they're gonna go through my social media and see how I feel about it anyways. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be honest about it, you know. And honestly, if I really care about the health and safety of the residents of Arlington, Texas, I think it should be told they should be told the truth. Look at the package and read it yourself. What does it say? Do you like this? A lot of this fabric is this. I mean, I'm you know me, I'm a jokester. A lot of the fabric's the same fabric as the underwear you're wearing, right? So you
Mm.
basically wear underwear in your face and be protected from COVID, right?
I've seen
Mm.
people do that.
I was gonna say you joke.
I've seen some people do that with some weird fetishes.
Yeah, you joke about that. There are
to walk
people
around with a
doing it.
dong on.
And then they have their like 3 masks on, their 5 masks on. And look, I wear it, but this is what I tell people because everybody's, you know, there are some people that are genuinely scared of the virus. I get it, especially voter. I get it. But if I decide I don't want to get the vaccine or I don't want to wear a mask, I'm only putting myself at risk because the experts are telling us if you wear a mask, you're going to be fine. So if you believe them, then you're going to be fine. So the the Karens mask policing people and the people just freaking out people that don't wear masks or that don't want to get vaccines, it's just so silly. It's whatever you want to do. You can live your life and it only affects you. You can protect yourself. So I feel you on that.
I think
Zuby made it. You know hey, do y'all know who Zuby is?
Zuby.
Yeah.
The artist, and I think he's in the
Yes.
UK.
Yeah.
He made a post today. It was very, very interesting. He said he noticed when he's in a room of people, right? If a lot of people aren't wearing the mask, people feel more comfortable not wearing it because everyone else isn't. Or if everyone else is, people feel like inclined to wear the mask. That's not necessarily like, oh, I want to be safe. That's like a social thing.
It's groupthink. It's, you know, pressure.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when everybody, when all of us were in school, when everybody was, you know, doing one thing or the other, you kind of did what they did to blend in. It's all psychology, and I've noticed when I got my job in the summer, for the campaign, and we first met, nobody had masks on, and for me that was a really weird feeling because I had been used to months with wearing a mask and being around people wearing masks. I was kind of uncomfortable at first. I'm like, are you guys sure about this? Okay, I guess I won't wear mine. Okay, yeah, it's like you get pressured into it. Peer pressure is a powerful thing. But we have some people in the chat saying, Burp Wig has a question for you. He says, would you try to decrease property taxes?
I would be trying to decrease them the best I can. But I can't make promises on that because, like I said, the mayor structure here, the actual person who's the boss when it comes to money is the city manager. Our city manager actually appointed our current new chief of police, who came from Baltimore.
Huh.
Yeah. So like our city manager makes I think as of 2018 he's making $306,000 a year.
Wow.
He the city manager is honestly looks like to me what I've been researching is the most powerful person in Arlington. And so the council will vote for stuff, but I'm one vote. I'm not the whole council. That's why I need people to come to these meetings and get involved in this. Honestly, I mean, this is a state level. I think that property taxes are unconstitutional because if you don't pay your taxes, they can take your property. So your house is never really yours, you know. And then what was that?
Taxation is theft.
And then so yeah, so I would be working my best to get those taxes lowered, because especially after COVID, people lost their jobs. People need as much help as they possibly can financially. So one thing you can help do is, relieve them of a lot of expenses that they have. You know, so yeah, so the property tax is a big thing. I mean, I live here. I mean, I want my rent to be cheaper. If I want to buy a house, I want to be able to not have to pay an extreme amount of money. And on another note, too, the home associations, by the way,
Oof.
they charge fees and they tell you how to run your property. And people can choose to live in those areas, but sometimes people might feel like that's where they have to go. You know, so
Yeah.
in some of these home associations, their monthly fees are extremely high. And so what are they actually doing? So like some of them are kind of running their own governments.
Oh yeah, what are your thoughts of HOAs, by the way? Because I've heard terrible horror stories about those places.
Now some of them can actually take your house, kind of like the government can. Um, if you don't follow the rules and if you don't pay their fees. I personally would not ever want to live in a neighborhood where there's a home association area. But as I go and knock doors and I talk to people, I'll get more of their perspective of how they feel about them. But what I've heard from people and then my own feelings towards them, I don't agree with them. I think they should be able to operate. It's a free country, right?
Yeah.
They should have a business.
Fuck the
But
owners associations. They're like they will tow your car. They will fine you if you have like a pink flamingo in your front yard. I'm not like they'll get you for really stupid things too. Like if you don't have your grass trimmed to like exactly like 3 inches or
You
like
better not take my goddamn pink flamingo.
and they can tell you which campaign signs you can have in your yard.
Mhm.
yeah,
Very
yeah.
unconstitutional.
Well, see, like the one that my dad deals with for a rental property is their private property or their private development, I should be more specific, and so they get to set all the rules, which I understand. That's how private operations work, but they go so draconian with it where they make you there's like this stucco that needs to be put on, and they're making my dad pay for it, and it's ridiculous how much they're making him pay, but other homes don't have to pay for it. So they have insane double standards, and they're just draconian. They are the most brutal things to live under. I would never recommend anybody live under a homeowner association.
Well, see, here's the thing with HOAs. Like there are certain times where some people might want some level of an HOA, and I mean, I fucking hate them, but I can see, because
It's like
like
a
what I said,
union.
well,
I'm
no,
not against them.
unions
They
are a lot better than HOAs because
Mhm.
they can't get you like they can't take your house. The HOA can,
Some
you
of them
know.
can.
Yeah, the HOAs can steal. They can fine you, and then they, depending on your, the dotted the small print, they can take your house. They can
Yeah.
fine you for parking in front of your own house. They can say what guests you're allowed to have over, and they have a history of racism too. Like they're originally made as a way to go and keep segregation after like the Jim Crow laws ended.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, they're incredibly like there's a racist history with them, and you get like these cliques around there, and if they don't like you, they can go and like drive by your house and find minor infractions to just keep racking up that bill. They're, and I think a lot of them are set up to go and target certain individuals who the HOA deems as less than ideal, prevent some people from moving in, and find people who they want to get out, and they can keep jacking up their rates too. You know, there's so many stupid things about them,
Yeah.
and like the only real good reason like to have them would be if you want one with like a pool, if you want to have a pool and the community pool, stuff like that. But honestly, like if you can get away with it, stay away from the HOA.
Yeah. And the other thing with HOA, I kind of like think about them in a sense as well, like kind of like social media, where they're getting around the laws, the actual constitution and everything to do what they're doing, and they haven't seemed to be paying consequences for that. So if you're going to increase the rates that someone has to pay, like, we'll explain why you're increasing these rates. Like, if there's nothing's changed, why the rates keep going up? Like, some of these rates are almost as high as rent.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, like my uncle, he passed away recently, but he lived in a trailer, like an upscale trailer park, and he had to pay $500 a month for an HOA fee. That was more than he was paying for the trailer, like for the mortgage of the trailer, wherever they call it.
But
You know,
at the end of the day, though, just reminder, with the mask mandates, that was a state level thing. So, what I think the most I could do is, like, don't make petty calls, police officers, when someone's calling about masks. Like that's about probably the most I can do. But this is
We
people really pushing Greg Abbott. Like, Iowa
yeah,
has a set where they have a date now where they're mandating the mask, but Greg
but
Abbott doesn't. This is Texas.
yeah. What is? Did you say? Did you say this is Texas? Did you
Texas,
say?
y'all.
You said just Texas?
This is Texas. Like, no, I'm saying, like, Greg Abbott
No, I mean
or
like no. Aren't aren't you supposed to say the great state of Texas?
I think every state says that.
well, if
The
it was the great
great
state of
state of
Texas, then it would
Texas.
if it's not acting like the great state of Texas, if people were, or if Florida is looking more appealing and South Dakota is looking more appealing than Texas, how can you call yourself the great state of Texas? We gotta get back to the people having power again. We gotta get back to, there's things that Greg Abbott has done to fight for small businesses, but there's, like I said, it's limited. It's not
Yeah.
open the way they say it is.
But
It's limited.
and this is
Make
what I like.
Texas great again.
I like this is what I like too. Like you look, you understand you have a pretty good understanding of like your role for the most part, and like but like you a lot of what you do is pretty much advocate for your for your people, the people of Arlington, right? You're advocating for the
Mm-hmm.
people you represent, um and we do see like like the current mayor was advocating for more money. He was advocating for COVID restrictions. He was advocating for the like this insane Rangers ballpark. Like look, like you need like this is good. I think we need somebody who's willing to advocate for the people of their city, and who better than you? That's that's my question. Like who better than you, right?
Right now, I have not seen anyone that'll be better about it. And so the guy who looks like he's gonna be the big front runner, right? He he has been endorsed by all the police departments, not departments, but the associations. Um, and he used to be a cop. He used to be a Marine. He owns a restaurant. He has a law firm. Very impressive resume, like, whew, very impressive. But, like, I watched his interviews, and, like, when I heard him say that, he thinks that the Black Lives Matter movement is necessary, and he says that he feels like Black population is oppressed. Um, myself personally, not everyone's going to feel the same way I feel about this. Myself personally, it's kind of an insult, especially seeing after how Black Lives Matter has operated this last year and the deaths that came along with those. And then another part of the interview, he's had his opinion on what happened at the Capitol, his opinion on the previous president, Trump, and said the people at the Capitol think they're patriots, but they're not. And I feel like if you're going to represent everyone in Arlington, Texas, you shouldn't say things like that. That sounds like you're putting people in different groups. The group here is our residents of Arlington, Texas. So the best way to represent all of them is to make sure that they all have equal fair rights, equal fair consequences for actions, equal fair everything. So I feel like I am gonna be better with that because I can understand why people would feel they feel the way they feel about things. But I look at my life, my situation, and my skin color. Like, honestly, my skin is an organ that protects my other organs, and then God chose what color He wanted to make it, and we should be divided by that. I feel like because Martin Luther King said he wanted us to be equal. I don't understand why people keep doing the whole division thing.
We should be
We're all
judged by
human
the content
content
on
of
our
our
the
character
the
and
content of
not by
our
the color of our
character.
skin.
Well, you know what? If this guy believes Black Lives Matter and that like you guys are being systemically oppressed, you should tell him to make room for for someone for
Wow.
a mayor.
He
You want to
truly
hear something funny too? We've according to the Arlington website, there has never been a female mayor in Arlington. There's been one black man in the 90s, but other than that, yeah,
I think
it's not been very diverse.
I think it's time for new blood on a
It's not been
multitude of
skin diverse
facets.
because diversity comes from thought and ideas. Diversity doesn't come by the color of your skin.
Right.
But I'm just saying that we haven't had a female mayor yet, and if when I become mayor of Arlington, Texas, I will be the first lady to be one, and I think I would be. I honestly believe that I would be the best option for these people in Arlington, Texas, because I really care about them, succeeding here and getting people to come to Arlington, Texas. Like, it's easier to start a business in Arlington. I'm gonna move to Arlington, Texas. You know,
Yeah.
so and then getting the community involved. We need to start really knowing each other. Like, I remember when I was younger, like we had I'm not from Arlington, Texas, not from Texas. I'm from Indiana, but I remember like going to like the Halloween. We all went to like a big old haunted house in the cornfields, And I remember like Christmas, we would go and like have a Christmas gatherings, and so I think Arlington really needs those things so that people can find ways to get together. More transparency, communication, like people really like actually know each other. This is a big city, but we start making friends here and getting to know each other. And I think that we can be more than just residents. We become a family in Arlington.
It's all about that community, bringing the community back together, especially since we've been all forced apart for so long to be locked in our homes. You get in your own little world and forget that the community's even there half the time, or you long for it when you venture out. And you're not. We would kind of almost feel so distant those times when we used to be at the park with friends. We used to be at ball games. We used to be going to campuses filled with lots of people, and all that's been gone for a year because of the China virus. So I love what you're doing. I think you're getting it at the right time. Is there anything else you want to say, or anything else you want to plug, or does anybody else have any questions for Donnie?
Yeah, was Arlington, was that the place that like King of the Hill was like named after?
That's Arlen. That's Arlen, Texas.
Oh yeah, but I don't think Arlen's an actual real place. I think it was like named after Arlington.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
saw. Yeah, and the last thing I'll say, if whenever someone plugs in a question on me, I'll answer that. But the last thing I'll say is that Arlington's logo, their mission statement is, it's the city of American dreams. And I want to bring those dreams back and make it fair for everyone to be able to accomplish the American dream in Arlington, Texas. So that's why my campaign slogan is "Freedom is the American dream."
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. And anybody wants to get involved, if anybody wants to help you out, where can they go, Donnie?
Hold on, do you see Burpwood posted something?
Oh, we got. Oh, shoot. We just got some questions. Yeah. But anyway, plug your thing just so that people hear it once, and then they can hear it again after we answer the questions.
It's Donnie, DONI, for mayor, FOR.com.
Perfect. And we have a few more questions rolling in. So again, if anybody wants to ask any questions, ask them now. and we'll get to them. Radio Freedom asks, when are the rest of y'all running for office? See, people have said that to me before, and I'm not saying to brag, but people have said, like, oh, you should run for office. I can't do it. That's why I have respect for people like Donnie. It's not for me. I ain't doing it. Are you guys going to do whatever?
I doubt it.
No, I mean, it would have to be like I think ultimately I mean I'll take the bet. I'll use the Ben Carson answer. Look, I'll do whatever the Lord wants me to do. Right? If He calls me to
Right.
do something, I will do it. But yeah.
And I'm happy you said that, Phil, because I feel like God led me this direction. Everything that happened last year and all the different things I got involved in, like to say Donnie in 2018, this probably would never even happen, you know? So like, God leads you that way. So God gives us different things and tasks that we do. I'm not saying this is gonna be for everybody, and I never thought it'd be for me, but I feel like God has set me up for this. You know, He had me. I kept on having this nudge in my brain. Read the Esther, the book of Esther. Read that. Read that. And she saved her people. So like these different things kept happening, and it made me want to run. And one more thing, the election is May 1st, so it's pretty fast. It's coming up.
Yeah. May 1st. May 1st is when you can vote for Donnie. Lord Sackrod asks, hey Donnie, in your opinion, how would you remodel the city to strengthen the community?
Well, we have to do more community events. 4th of July. You can alternate between Thanksgiving and Christmas. To give the community can we can have food drives again. Turkey to give out turkeys and stuff, food, because there's some families who are just fine during COVID, and there's some that weren't. And honestly, people are actually, to be fair, regardless of what political belief you have, people are giving people. So when George Floyd stuff happened, they gave so much money to that. When things happen on the other side, they give so much money. People are givers. And I think that in order for us to bring the community closer, I honestly think that people can really come together in these different events and meet each other regardless of where you stand politically.
Can
And
I
then we also
throw a
have to turn
side
off
note here? Can I
Mhm.
throw a side note? By the way, so you said food drives. You know what really grinds my gears? I know this is Dictator Phil coming out, right? You know what really grinds my gears? The the there are cities, okay, that won't allow you to give food away, like give a food away on the side of the street. Like there were chefs. I think there was one chef in Florida that got arrested. This is years ago. Like he set up this food thing where he was just giving away food. Like he had a food line set up on the sidewalk and everything. They freaking arrested him, right? Because apparently it wasn't up to code or something like his food drive thing wasn't up to code or whatever. Like,
and you have to have a permit.
yeah,
And you
you
have
have
to
to have
do it within it's 75 days or so many days before you do it.
look, you think those homeless people give a shit about those damn codes, right? I'm just saying. Like
Right.
this is somebody who gave his money. These are people that gave their money and their free time and all that stuff. And you're gonna put him, you're gonna lock him up for some code violation. I'm sorry. Look, you're absolutely doing the right thing, Donnie, by running and trying to get rid of some of these regulations or whatever. Because look, I we are in such a bad way right now. I swear to God, I feel like
And then
we
the
live in a.
excuse that the government gives is it's because of your safety. Well, give the people that choice if they want to
I
participate in that.
trust. That's a great point, Donnie. Look, the people of Arlington, Texas, are smart enough to decipher what is safe and what isn't. I trust the people of Arlington a hell of a lot more than I trust the government.
Mm-hmm.
Running away.
Yeah.
Anyway,
We have another question in the chat. Burpwig asks, would you be willing to cut city tax-funded jobs in order to lower taxes?
So I would be willing to do that, but people would want to quit. But then we have make sure we can find other people to replace those jobs, because like I said, the city manager got a pay increase. What it looked like back in 2018. Also around the time the term limits came along and all this other stuff, and the council picked the manager away, and I'd be willing to do that. But it depends on what department, because some departments are underpaid, some are paid a lot, handsomely, very handsome, like $200 some $1,000, like in that the range they have, huge ranges. So I would be willing to, if it, depending on the department, like the need of that department, like we need all these different departments, right? But like if you're getting paid to not really do that much and you're not really contributing to the city, then those maybe they should get paid more of the lower range or mid range opposed to the highest possible range. But again, we still want to be able to attract people to the city for certain jobs. But I honestly, looking at these salaries that I was reviewing, I'm like, wow, these salaries are super high. And I know that, not for a fact, but it appears that these people get certain jobs. It's like a political deal, like, like good old boy kind of sorority kind of deal, frat deal, you know what I mean? So in order to get those extremely high paying jobs.
Right. I gotcha. But like I said, everybody, if you want to help Donnie out, go to her website, DonnieForMayor.com, and you can follow her on Twitter at Donnie from Mayor and at Donnie the Don 4, I think it is. I think you have 4 in your handle, right?
Donnie, it's just DonnieForMayor.com, but it's the actual word. And same like Donnie for Mayor on Twitter. And also Gab, Donnie the Don.
There you go. Everybody follow her there, support her, because like I said, we need to drain the swamp from the top down, from the bottom up, and it's going to take everybody to make it happen. So if you want to make it happen, check her out. But thank you for coming on. Do you have anything else you want to say before you go?
No, but I mean, I was going to stay here while you guys talk about everything else, but
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
you're
sure.
welcome to. Yeah, let's get. Yeah, we're good with that. Let's do this. You know
Let's
what?
do it.
You know what pisses you know. Okay, so here and speaking of draining the frickin' swamp. Okay, Liz Cheney, right? Boy, there's another thing that really grinds my gears, right? Now Liz Cheney, she's one of the people that voted against Trump, right? She's one of the people that voted for impeaching President Trump. Here's the like I swear to God, it's amazing because Liz Cheney is the daughter of one of the vice presidents of in my opinion, yeah, yeah, it of one of the maybe one of the worst administrations maybe ever. In my opinion, the George W. Bush administration, worst in my lifetime, right?
Worse
And
than
I'm not
Obama.
sure there's
yeah.
for me, in my opinion, and that's not to say that Obama didn't run a terrible presidency either, but GW, it was kind of shit. Look, 2 wars,
well,
ridiculous
Phil, also
wars.
tell them your background too, so they have more understanding.
Oh, I'm a veteran. No. And I'm like, and these weren't really like justified. Like these were already war-torn countries. So there was no real significant gain. And I feel like, look, if you're going into a war and there's no like and there's no real honest goal. All it is economic cannibalism, right? Because really the taxpayers are on the hook for this freaking war. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Right. So anyway, you start 2 wars, 2 of them in your presidency, screw up everything. Like the economy was screwed up. Gas prices went through the roof. Freaking the first bailouts were awful, awful. Oh my God. Like there's just you couldn't I don't know. Like it was just bad. And I'm not saying like look, Obama was freaking awful too. But yeah, I think like he like as far as worst president of my lifetime, yeah, that's the guy.
She's definitely coming from one of the worst administrations, and I mean, there's a lot of things people.
I mean, it's neck on neck. Look, to be fair, look, I mean, some of you can argue Obama, and you raise really fair points, okay? And like it's neck on neck, but I think right now,
I think the bigger picture though is that she voted to impeach Trump. You know, she is a clear establishment.
I know. I completely ran away from that one. I completely ran away. Anyway, I know. Look. Okay. Yes. We were digressing. My bad. I was digressing. My bad. Anyway, so today, I love the people of Wyoming. By the way, Wyoming GOP voted heavily to how do they call it? Censure. Yeah, they voted to censure Liz Cheney for her voting to impeach Trump, which apparently did not resonate with her own constituents. So, yeah, I love the move. What say you?
Good. I mean, I think that was a good move, definitely. Like, I mean, to be fair, censoring or whatever, it's not really gonna. It's a virtue signal. Like, let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think you need to go and stand by your man. Stand by Trump.
Yeah, that's the thing that like I said, the bigger picture here is that this is what we're fighting against. These are all the same. All these people that vote against Trump or vote to impeach him, that have derailed his agenda, they're getting primaried. She's getting primaried. And I'm glad the Wyoming GOP censored her, but like Alex said, it's a virtue signal because it really doesn't accomplish anything, doesn't really do anything. But what does do something is primarying her, and that's what people like Scott Presler are helping out with, and all kinds of other people. So the guns are coming for her, metaphorically, and that's what needs to happen. And that's why I keep trying to tell people is that we need focus. Okay, we really. I mean, look, the Democrats are in power. They're going to do things we don't like, and they're pretty bad. Yes. But the bigger picture is the fight between Republicans versus Democrats is a distraction. The bigger fight here is against the establishment. Republicans versus Democrats, I mean, what does that even mean anymore? It really has lost all its meaning. And as we've known from 2016, the real fight is trying to reform our own party. We got to start with that before we even can hope to take on the Democrats effectively. So really we need to focus on, this is what I've been telling people, is that, we're all populists and most of this country is populist. Populist right needs to focus on fixing the right, and populist left needs to focus on fixing the left, and then we can duke it out. Because when we have AOC on our ballot in a few years, which you're going to see her on your ballot in a few years, we need to be ready. We need to have all of our ducks in a row. We need to get all these people out that have been against us this entire time. They helped the Democrats by being against Trump. If you're against Trump, you are my enemy.
Yeah. LAWJIC said Bush gave us the Patriot Act. Yeah, that's another thing, right? That's another thing. That garbage. He gave us the ability to spy on us at any freaking will. Beautiful, wonderful wonderful person. No, I'm not saying that Obama.
I did like about George Bush was at least he, let the assault weapons ban sunset. I'll give him that.
Okay, yeah.
That's like the one reason why I do not like just abjectly fucking hate his guts. It wasn't
Mhm.
there was nothing else redeemable with that guy.
No, like yeah, and it's sad to me, George W. Bush. It was sad because his father was a badass. Like, it was military badass. Like, yeah, that dude jumped out of planes. He was, I was just like, oh, like I have all the respect in the world for George H.W. Bush. Holy, what a guy, right? But, yeah, that was not a good one, and I don't know. I don't know what happened to the kids because, man, I looking at Jeb, I didn't see very much greatness in that one either. Holy God!
I think he was the runt. I mean, George wasn't that much better. I mean, what did he get? Like 3 DUIs?
Oh Jesus!
I couldn't believe he had the balls to go up against President Trump. That was great. Whoa, wow! I mean, just
Yeah, I
believe
think as the Bushes as their dynasty grew, if there was any greatness ever in it, it very quickly diminished. And I mean, the one thing I will say about George W. Bush is that in the moment, he handled 9/11 better than I think anybody else could have. I think it was amazing. He had like a record high approval rating of like insane levels that we've never seen again. But after that, yeah. That's when it took a nosedive.
He fucked up Katrina pretty royally.
Yeah, that was another.
The biggest blunders with Bush were Iraq and Katrina. I mean, Afghanistan, there's some justification there, but Katrina and Iraq were the biggest blunders for him. And since then, we found he's anti-Trump, just like all these other neocons and all these other establishment people. They're all the same. All the same. Oh, and he gave us John Roberts. Don't forget that.
I also think too, like when it comes to Liz and everything and the establishment Republicans, they have they're not representing the people anymore, and I think it's a big issue. Like people, like say for example, for me, John Cornyn, this does not represent the people who actually voted for him, like at all. Like we just had to recently vote for him in Senate because he was better than the socialist that was running. Okay, she has a D next to her name, but she's socialist. And Project Veritas exposed that people were cheating for her, in the election. But then when it came to the national election part, he didn't care. He called Biden president-elect almost instantly, and that's not what the people who voted for him want him to do.
Yeah, they wanted. Yeah, these people should have fought for Trump. Like they should have fought for Trump, and they didn't. Like they need to go. Like I like if you don't,
got to go.
they gotta go. If you didn't, you're supposed to fight. Like you're supposed to fight for your people. You're supposed to fight for your people. You're supposed to fight for your party. You're supposed to fight for your country, right? And these people and a lot of these establishment cucks didn't do any of that. So yeah, get out.
Wait, did y'all hear?
No, you skipped out a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're breaking up.
Okay, so with the whole Liz thing is like people are upset because she wasn't listening to people who voted for her. And my example is with John Cornyn, not listening. And we just voted for him again, and it's because he was going up against someone who had socialist ideas, but she has D next to her name. And so when all this election stuff was going on, I called, I left voicemails. A lot of people did. And people like my groups, my circles out here, they called, left voicemails, but he never returned any calls. And he was calling Biden president elect without even like looking into, having a free, fair election. And Project Veritas actually brought up that his opponent was cheating himself. His election was, they were cheating against his own election, but then he did not care when it came to Trump. So like, it's not even just only about Trump. Like, when people want to be represented and heard, you can't ignore them and just do whatever you.
Yeah, like he assumed office in 2002, so basically next year will be a full 20 years. 20 years, right? That's no. Too much. Too much Kemosabe. We get that way too long. We gotta get rid of some of these career politicians, draining the swamp.
Mm-hmm.
And we gotta be honest. Look, and these establishment people do not like when Trump said drain the swamp. Why? Because he was talking about them, right? Too. He was talking about these guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's they know that their jobs are going to end. They're going to be out of power because of the movement that's coming. And that's the bigger picture here is Trump could only drain so much swamp in 4 years. This is a massive, massive generation after generation after generation institutional stranglehold these swamp monsters have on everything. And that's why I think he's the framing he uses, calling it the swamp, is one of the most perfect things ever, because there's many parts of nature that are beautiful. A swamp comes in and, man, clean that up takes forever. You don't clean up a swamp overnight, and that's what it is with him, is that he's only one man. He could only do so much, and that's what's powerful about Trump, is that he's been able to actually inspire a movement of people like Donnie, of people like Laura Boebert, people like Matt Gaetz, DeSantis, Laura Loomer, these people getting involved with politics into actual political office that we haven't seen before quite like this. And I think that's what happens when the pendulum goes too far, when things get too corrupt and too bad. Well, this is what happens. This is what we're going to get, as a total shakedown of everything. People have been too red-pilled to go back now. And we're going to see more of it. I think the Liz Cheney thing's a very small thing in a much bigger picture.
Mitch McConnell was voted in 1984. No, that's not a fucking joke. That is not a fucking joke. Okay.
Yeah,
it was actual 1984 when he was originally voted in the U.S. Senate.
God.
Mitch McConnell, more like bitch McConnell. Am I right?
It is funny because it's true. All right, now, but yeah, like seriously, it's like it's just incredible. Like, how fitting 1984, how fitting the Orwellian year.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. It actually is 1984 is when it was first like this. That's freaky. I'm telling you, we're in a simulation. I'm convinced.
Yeah, it's like it's foreshadowing.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, this dude. Oh my god, his younger pictures look so funny. He's still got that weird ass smile. Oh my god, look at this dude. What'd you say?
That turtle shit.
Yeah, he had a turtle face even back then. Oh my god.
People say turtle, but I see turkey, like the neck.
He is a jab turkey.
Yeah, he's so weird. Like, that's the thing. Whenever I see somebody and I go, they give me, like, when they give me weird vibes, that's when I go, okay, there's something wrong here. This person, I can't trust them.
I look like fucking Stifler from American Pie.
I'll have to look that up. I have a bad one, but he kind of reminds me of Herbert.
Oh yeah, you mean that looks like him now? It's probably fucking true. Oh hey there! Oh hey there, Congressman.
Chris, I got some popsicles in the basement.
Mr. Donald's a bad man.
Oh god.
Paul, gotta go and look around back.
Here, I found the
I
problem
hope-
with Mitch McConnell. He graduated with a BA in 1964 in
Is a
political.
I major, of course. What a fuck.
Yeah.
What a like I think they need to ban poli-sci majors. We get a lot less shithead politics.
Based. I approve. He was the
Yeah.
president of the Student Council of College Arts and Sciences and a member of the Pi Kappa Tau fraternity.
Oh Jesus.
He probably did the fucking.
It's like the trifecta of shit right there. Like, dude, just get.
I want to see the photo of him doing a fucking elephant walk. Then he's going that shit. He probably like willingly like fall out of line so to go and like suck his with the shit on it.
He wasn't the one doing the paddling. He was the one receiving the paddling.
Yeah, you gotta, like go out of line so you gotta paddle his ass more.
Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir?
Oh, paddle me, daddy. Yeah,
Guys.
well, day.
Look, we got. Come on, we need to keep it at least somewhat professional here, okay?
We're not.
We're supposed to have standards and stuff, okay?
Yeah, ever since we
Very
got off those
important.
FCC guidelines, we can't behave.
Look,
Yeah, he'd probably be like, what was that frat that had the kid fall down? The pizza kid,
The pizza kid?
Piazza.
Piazza, yeah.
He'd probably be the one like taught like paying for the fucking lawyer. Like, oh, my daddy's got money.
I bet. The one thing about McConnell too.
He's probably the one that bought the kid. He's likely the one that buys those kids vodka. You know, here's a bottle of vodka. Knock yourself out, literally. Like no.
Well, he is Irish, or Scottish Irish. No, he's a Scots, Irish, and English descent. It says.
You know I look if I say that he has the look of a possible child molester, would that be wrong of me to say?
Pervert, like it's pretty implied at that point.
It's like I guess
that dude, like he haunts my dreams. Yeah,
that's like it's a cold shower in the middle of the night crying kind of look.
I hate cold
bad for his wife.
What was that, Alex? You get cut out whenever we talk.
I feel bad for his wife because she probably has to go and like see that shit every day. It's like, oh no, see his fucking face every day. Like,
see, that's one of those things. Like this year, even though I didn't want to learn any of the stuff that I've learned, made me glad that I did learn it though, because like I think this year was the humble realization that the show House of Cards is actually real life. Like we're really living in the era of House of Cards.
Well,
like,
Joe Biden would make a Frank Underwood.
And Scandal, the TV show Scandal.
Pretty much all of that. Everything dirty that you've ever seen in TV when it comes to politics, it's actually true. Like,
well, see, when you see House of Cards, everybody would be like, oh, yes, some parts make sense, but a lot of this is really crazy, far-fetched. I'm like, that's funny.
Just wait until all that shit gets unclassified, then you'll be really surprised. No,
I was like, have you read WikiLeaks? Have you read any unclassified documents? Operation Northwoods, Operation Mockingbird. I mean, the list goes on. Wait, what was this? McConnell was inducted as a member of the Sons of the American Revolution.
Oh, jeez.
I bet he's a Mason. I know he's a what's it called? A Mormon.
Wait, is McConnell a Mormon? I thought that was the other guy.
No, McConnell's a Mormon.
What? Where?
Yeah, you didn't know that? I've told you that, I think, before.
No, I know that the other cuck is a Mormon.
Yeah, McConnell, I'm 99% sure he's a Mormon. I'll search on the page here, but I'm 99% sure.
I think you're thinking of the one who was a failed Republican candidate.
Mitt Romney. No, I know Mitt Romney is, but I think McConnell is too. Oh, I know that Harry Reid was a Mormon too, or is a Mormon. Let me fact check this. Yep. Yeah, dropping some red pills here.
Wait. He's Mormon.
The Legend of One-Eyed Harry.
Who's the one-eyed Harry?
Reed.
More McConnell or Harry Reid?
Harry Reid. Yeah, because he had the eye surgery or something like that.
Oh
so he had a
yeah, that's
patch.
right.
Yeah.
I remember that shit.
Arr, shiver me timbers.
Dude, he did look like a freaking pirate. Unironically.
Probably like a fucking Southern Baptist or some shit like that. I'm thinking I think I heard they actually changed their name from Southern Baptist because people were getting offended.
Let's see, Mitt
It's not-
Romney is a Mormon. Mike Lee's a Mormon. Mike Crapo. I feel sorry for that guy's last name.
Who the fuck's name Crappo? Like I feel bad. Like he must have been bullied so much in high school.
I know,
But,
right?
Mormon high school, they'd be like, "Oh, he's a poopo."
I
Fuck
could
Mormonism,
swear
man.
McConnell was a Mormon. I'm not finding it now, but I could swear I saw it somewhere. It surprised me. I was like, I didn't know that.
I think you're thinking
No,
of
McConnell's a Southern Baptist.
yeah.
I saw. Maybe I'm thinking of Harry Reid. Then maybe that's what I was thinking. They blend together. You know, they're each one side of a coin, really. But Harry Reid's definitely a Mormon. I'm putting my bets on this one. Didn't begin. Yeah, Harry Reid is a Mormon. Okay, maybe that was the one I was thinking of then. Yeah. Fucking hell.
Mormons, man, there's something else.
Yeah. Is he?
You need to see that fucking play or the music order, the Book of Mormon. That's like fucking hilarious. It's mostly true.
Remember
Even
those
my
Mormons we met at Penn State?
Yeah.
I wouldn't...
God. Yeah, that was like no, like it's the craziest religion. They believe that Jesus went to America. It is like unironically probably the most American religion. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Such a big fucking scam. God.
Law JIC says he's a demon. Come on, guys. Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, he married his wife in what 1993 or some shit. Like,
Wait,
so
McConnell?
basically he was what 51 years old. Like, how the fuck did that happen? Like, how do you hit on somebody and like, hi, do you wanna eat at a Waffle House? Like, what the fuck, man?
Dude, what did his wife look like? Like he was probably getting a ton of side pussy, while he was a politician.
Well, probably. Well, to be fair, she did serve. Wait a minute.
Well, his first wife was Cheryl.
Secretary.
His first wife, Cheryl Redmond, he was married from 1968 and divorced in 1980. And then he married Elaine Chao, who was a transportation secretary under Trump. He married her in 1993.
Yeah.
Oh, but that was fun. Fucking secretary under Trump.
How old is Elaine Chao, actually? She doesn't look that old. She's 67.
Wait, she ordered him.
There's gotta be no way. McConnell's gotta be in his fucking 80s.
No, yeah,
He's 78.
well, they're not that much different.
No. He's the strangest looking dude.
Dude, like how shady is open 2010 Open Secrets website ranked McConnell as one of the wealthiest members of the U.S. Senate. Like his personal wealth was increased after receiving a 2008 personal gift to him by his wife, given by his father-in-law, after the death of McConnell's mother-in-law, whose value is estimated to be between $5 and $25 million. What the hell? You want to know what's wrong with fucking politics? That's shit right there. That is some shady shit.
People in the chat are saying that McConnell's wife, Elaine Chao, has huge ties to China, which I've heard. That's rather ironic because his wife is Taiwanese. Like, there's no plot of land that China hates more than Taiwan.
Yeah.
I'll post a picture in chats of like him with his wife. Like, it looks like such a... He just doesn't look human in these pictures. He's like, his eyes are big and he's doing this weird smile. It's like...
What's it with those like beta men, those like Asian wives?
Oh my god. What do you
I
say?
told you. I told you. I got a little bit of that yellow fever.
Dude, that was like a Facebook group I found. It was like libertarian like libertarian something with Asian wives, and it was like a bunch of these people in there.
You could tell Donnie's like, I need to get the fuck out of here now.
Disavow.
Right now. Like, oh, this is going a direction I am not trying to like no.
Yeah, let's change the subject to something else.
So the weather is gonna be very snowy for tonight.
Like, man, that's like the one thing that like I hate about Pennsylvania is that snow. Fuck snow. Like that makes me want to move down south, but then it's like, oh, the summer's not that great either. It's like, can I find a place that's just like 70 degrees, like 60, 70 all year round that's not California?
I was gonna say California.
Yeah, because like, or maybe now that everyone's moving out of California, maybe we'll have some like room just go and turn it like reverse course. Have all the like leftists move out now, just take over and be like, yeah.
Well, you know, it's actually. I mean, here on the East Coast, we're gonna get a pretty decent snowstorm, like 6 to 8 inches probably tonight, and then tomorrow as well. So, I like snow. I don't know why you're so anti-snow, Alex.
Have you had to go and drive in heavy snow?
Unironically, yes. I literally was getting stuck in it and had to get out and like shovel, or well, we didn't have a shovel. I was using the freaking like thing to clean the windshield to get the snow out of the way from the tires, and I was slipping and sliding and going up hills, and well, in some cases not making it up the hill. Yeah, I have actually.
Yeah, do you like it?
It was fun, dude.
Oh yeah, you know that's fun. You know, thank God there's no buggies over there.
See, no, you joke. That's the beauty of the snow. No buggies can be out. Can't hit them if they're not out.
Well, no, they actually probably could because I think horses can go through snow pretty easily.
Yeah, but they can't pull the buggy.
Yeah, they got 4-wheel drive. No,
Four-wheel drive.
You know, they can go through anything. You know, like snow wise.
Well, see, I don't mind driving in the snow. I mean, it's difficult. It can be very difficult. It's yes, that's what I was gonna say. The ice though is a different story. But I'll take snow over 100-degree heat any day, 365 days out of the year. I hate the heat.
Dude, I could go. You know, they have this beautiful thing now called air conditioning. And you know, I can just go and turn on the AC if it's too hot, or just go in the basement. You know, go.
Yeah, I don't have a basement here. It's filled with all my dad's junk.
Oh yeah, but if you live in Texas, you know, and you're not near the coast, just get a basement.
What if you want to, I don't know, go outside and enjoy the beautiful nature that we have in this country? You can't, because you're going to suffocate and you're going to have heat exhaustion and you're going to die.
Donnie, are you ever able to go outside in Texas? Or is it too hot all year round to even go outside?
No,
Donnie, choose these next words carefully.
No. I like going outside, actually. It's like my favorite place to be at. But like when I go to a restaurant, I like to go to the patio. That's my favorite spot. But it can be really, really hot. But the problem is that sometimes Texas has the air conditioning on even when it's cold outside.
See? It's bad.
See, that's the thing. Like, I bet they can probably go outside right now and it's not terrible. Like, right now, I ain't going outside in the fucking snow, man.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't had a real winter. Like, we had a little sleet one day, but it, like, lasted maybe 3 hours tops. It was basically like rain. That was this year, but we've had ice storms and stuff, and we've had snow a few times. But it still gets really cold, and it's super windy where I'm at.
Let me ask you. Let me ask everyone here a question. You too, Donnie. Who is your favorite person in politics not named Donald Trump? Right now, it could be politics. It could be someone that works in the political spectrum. That could be somebody.
So they don't have to hold office?
Nope, don't have to hold office.
The governor of Florida, Ron.
Yeah, based DeSantis.
I like that dude. That Gates guy seems pretty cool.
Yeah.
I would say I'm gonna separate into categories because I think your question's a little too broad. Because
It is
that's.
definitely a bit broad. Okay, so you could
But I
get
like it though. That's what I'm separating is because in
Yeah.
terms of like people that hold office, I would say it's a tie between DeSantis and Gates, base Florida men down there. In terms of activism,
Activism, that's gonna be oh my gosh, Scott.
Scott
Scott
President.
Pressler. Yeah, that's probably my pick.
I would
Like for
say
activism, I would probably say right now.
Who's
Of course,
that Project Veritas? He's also whoever's like,
yeah, he's pretty
pretty
good
good.
too.
Well, I would say
Yeah.
for activism, I'd say it's a tie. I know I'm doing lots of ties between Presler and Brandon Straka of Walk Away. For journalism / reporting, or see that's a load. Let me say commentary. For commentary and/or journalism, I'd say Alex Jones and Milo Yiannopoulos are ties for me, and Laura Loomer. They're in different sort of spheres with different levels of activity, but in terms of quality and of effectiveness, those three are kings. In terms of political influence behind the scenes, Roger Stone, number one.
fucking Steve Bannon. Like he's like my spirit animal. I love that guy.
Okay, hold on. I'll tell y'all breaking news on
Oh,
Steve Bannon. You might change your mind. So Roger Stone on Gab said, "I'm gonna cuss you guys because I'm saying what he's saying. I'm not gonna cuss. There's no effing loyalty anymore. Steve Bannon is a fat fuck and exact opposite of
Oh,
Stone
you
is
just
fat.
said it. Oh,
yeah,
Here's
you
the
tried.
guy who cuts him out of prison, at least temporarily in the balls. This is the same Steve Bannon who purged himself at my trial as proven by declassified testimony before the House Intelligence."
That is true.
And
Bannon
had posted
testified
that
against
Steve Bannon
Stone.
It says Steve Bannon believes the Democrats have compelling case for convicting Trump.
That's the thing about Bannon is like what I see in the public, I really like him, but all this shit that happens in Congress and behind the scenes, I hear some really bad things about him. And yeah, I found the gab that Stone posted because I know Bannon basically testified against Stone, and Bannon is such a. I am so iffy on him.
Too, like if he didn't do that, they probably would have like put his ass away too. Like it's a fucking dog eat dog world when you start getting into that shit. 'Cause isn't that what he got in trouble with originally?
Well, he got in trouble with. Are you talking about Stone or Bannon? Bannon got in trouble because supposedly, allegedly, his Build the Wall project, or that he was working with down the southern border to do a private section of the wall. Supposedly, he was defrauding people and was pocketing the money or using the money for other things. I don't know how true any of that is, but I really don't know what to feel about Bannon. I mean, I listen to his podcast because he does have great commentary, and he gets the news, he gets persuasion, communication, he gets the movement, but I'm conflicted on him, and I know Milo feels that way too because I've seen him talk about these things, and he was like, he learned all of his shit from Bannon. Bannon was like his Yoda, his master Yoda, teaching him the ways of the Force. And so from what I understand, he had a huge influence on him and other people, but at the same time, when you see this stuff come out, you can't ignore it, and it's conflicting. I don't know what to think.
I don't know, man. I just know he's got that fucking. I think he's like the right wing, like George Soros.
Yes.
Maybe not. Well, maybe that's more the Mercers, but like he's got that sort of like that political skill. Like I think he was a big part, I think, of the original Trump election. Like how he got in there.
Even before the election too, because he was running Breitbart for years, and right after Andrew Breitbart died, and he was all pushing this populist nationalist message. I mean, I will say, like, it's undeniable that Breitbart was like top notch under Andrew Breitbart and Bannon, when they had Milo on there, when they had all these people writing for them. Their talent is gone now. I mean, they have some good writers, don't get me wrong, like Joe Polk is really amazing, but for the most part, Breitbart is not Breitbart anymore.
Well, it's still pretty decent. I'd take it over a lot of the other sources, but it's
Oh, I do
definitely not.
too. It's just it's lost its edge, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, yeah, I think it's just the times too. There's like, I mean, I think they're already getting close to that cutting edge to what you can put out there, but they did lose like Milo, they lost Bannon, they lost the Cuck guy,
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, they lost him. Like, say what you will about him, but at least at one point he wasn't so bad.
Yeah. One thing I'll say about Ban is, why doesn't he ever shave and clean himself up?
Dude's fucking pandemic, like, no one shaves.
No,
now.
That's Bannon. That is Bannon. He's always got this like half shaven.
I saw it on the television today. They had that like what was it, the Mockingbird show.
The Mockingbird show.
And he's like, he looks like that motherfucker from the Mockingbird.
You mean the Hunger Games, and you mean what's the actor's name? Philip Seymour Hoffman, who played the base. I forgot the fucking character's name was, but the guy that was controlling the whole games and shit.
Yeah, like the one guy. Yeah, he's like he acts like him too. It's like, dude, they should have put this guy in here, but they would never do that because it's run by Hollywood. I would like pay someone to go and do like fucking like if Alex Jones, like if they got some of these people together, like a right wing like it'd be a fucking Alex Jones like remake of fucking the Hunger Games. I guess it'd be like a Biden like FEMA camp or something.
Dude, we should do that, because remember we did the If Alex Jones Wrote Star Wars. We need to complete that one and then do If Alex Jones Wrote the Hunger Games.
Yes, you'd have him in there and like, oh my god.
Dude, you see the pictures?
The Chicoms are the Republic.
The reason they don't have, they never use the actual guns in the Hunger Games because there's gun control in there.
Dude, you seen the pictures I'm pulling up?
Yeah. Don't drink the water. Don't drink the water because it makes the frogs gay.
Yes. I love Alex. You say what you want about Alex. The guy he is banned from everything. He's still out there on the streets in his InfoWars tank with his InfoWarrior fleet at these protests and everything, and crashing conventions. I mean, the dude is relentless.
That guy's got balls. Alex Jones is balls of steel. I can't believe what that guy's been through.
He's a patriot.
And he still does everything like every day. Like, he talks more than my local news station. Like like they need to get rebroadcast. When you get like one of us needs to get like an FCC license again so we could put this on the radio.
Yes.
And then just like start shooting out that radio message, like the right wing radio, and we're not doing shit. We just gonna put on like Alex Jones like terrestrial rebroadcasts.
Yeah, he's talked about somebody I've changed my mind on. Like, he's become one of my faves because I started listening to him and started watching him, and he's extremely talented. Shit, he's just as tall as me, 5'10".
But he's all, he's burly.
He's burly. Oh, you saying I'm not?
Dude, you're like a twig. That's real.
Wow.
You're like 100. You're like 100 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah, like if a strong breeze comes, you gotta go like bunker down.
Hey, look. I'm efficient with my space.
Yeah, that's true. But like Alex Jones, man, he's a fucking tank. You
is.
You could go like hit him with a car, and the car would stop.
Bullets don't pierce Alex Jones. Bullets bounce off of Alex Jones.
He's super male vitality.
Yes.
Wait, who is that? What hero is that off DC? Cage. Luke Cage?
Mm-hmm.
But he's white.
Luke Cage.
The white Luke Cage. That's what's up. There you go.
Oh, Alex, yes. Yeah. Well, one other thing too, we mentioned social media, and we hinted at this. Oh no, wait, we were talking about this after. Oh, Law JC Lovestone too, awesome. Well, we were talking, I think, before the show that Parlor. Do you guys remember Parlor? Do you remember it? I know it's only been a few weeks or a month since it's been taken off.
Parlor, what's that? Parlor, what is that? Like a
The world's
massage
shittiest-
parlor? What's going on?
What was that, Alex? You got cut. I couldn't hear you.
It was the world's shittiest and short-lived social media app.
Yeah, you may forget about it. You may have thought it's already been put 6 feet under, but apparently it's being resurrected and it's coming back on Monday. And their CEO's been fired, and the Mercers, I guess, are still sticking with it. I guess, but I, I don't see how it honestly comes back at all. I mean, I literally won't use it, and I think it's just such a shitty platform. Gab knows what they're doing. They have the right game plan. They need to get their shit together a little quicker, I think, because they might lose Trump if they don't get on quick enough. But Parler was terrible, and I would love to see what it actually looks like when it comes back. Is it still going to be the same ugly, terrible thing, or is it actually going to be, whoa, this is next level?
It's gonna be shit.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be the same hunk of shit it was when it fucking got cracked.
Parler
So
reportedly offered.
My thing with Parler is like I'm not gonna bash them necessarily, but I feel like the people who pushed Parler, they realized that there was a censorship problem, right? And that was a problem. Solution was have a free speech platform. But instead of like, say I follow you guys on Parler, I don't see your guys' posts. I see the people who are like partners and are public figures posts. On Gab, I can see anyone's post that I'm following if I'm scrolling and I can like actually see it. So like it was like some kind of like algorithm, I guess, or where you only saw particular people's posts. It was very hard to grow. It was very hard to unless you had like a huge name, like it was really hard to grow in there. And the thing is like the same thing happened to Gab, but they realized if you know that Gab went through the same thing, then what made you think that you were better off?
That's a good point. Yeah, because like I noticed that too. Like I noticed that a lot of the people like that whenever I used to turn on Parlor, I noticed the same. Like there was like the heads of like the big names on Parlor were coming up on the feed, and not like the people that I was actually not so much the people that I was actually following, which was like, no, you're doing the same shit that Twitter's doing. Like you're doing the same stuff that Twitter's doing. And it's one of the reasons that that I didn't like Twitter. And yeah, that's why I ended up moving to Gab. I mean, and yes, okay, look, by the way, I am back on Twitter, but the only reason I'm back on Twitter is I'm helping Donnie. Okay. That's what's going down. Okay. So it's for a limited time only. Get it while you can, because I don't know.
And here's the other thing too with the Parlor Gab thing. Is that if you really were fighting for freedom of speech, then you would have mentioned all of them. You could say, this is my platform, my big platform, and you could also mention there's a Gab platform. But they didn't mention it at all. And then now, still, a lot of them aren't mentioning it at all. And a lot of them still are not on Gab. They're waiting on Parler to talk about Parler. And actually, I like some of these public figures a whole lot. I have a huge respect for them. And I understand if you invested money into a platform and you want it to, be successful. And that's America, right? Like that's, capitalism. I get it. But if you're preaching the whole reason for people to go to parlors for freedom of speech, then there all these algorithms. You should have said that there's other platforms freedom of speech as well. And then you're still not talking about them. You're still only talking about Parler. That's kind of like a disservice to the citizens who are being censored like crazy on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah, I think that's part why Parler may have a tough time getting back up and running, just because it's just like and we were talking about this not too long ago. Like one of the most important things that a public figure can have is authenticity, right? Or just the appearance of authenticity. And once people lose that, like that respect for you, once they brand you as unauthentic, then it's like it's almost over, right? If not over. And I feel like Parler became that. Like they became the unauthentic platform. Like it was like, oh, they're alternative to Twitter, but they're doing the same garbage that Twitter was doing. So it was like, I don't know, like you're gonna need to give me something different. Like if you think I'm gonna ever be on that platform again, like and there's people like me. There's people like me that I have friends that think the exact same way. They're like, it's like it just feels fake. And then they fired the CEO, which good riddance. Okay, not a good CEO. But it felt like it was like I don't want to say it was a throw under the bus, because he did deserve to get fired, but like it definitely had that feel to it. Like if you were going to fire him, you would have fired him like way earlier than that, than like right now, like a couple days ago. In fact, the second that AWS pulled Parler, he should have been fired. Like that would have been my move. Like I would have went in a completely different direction right there.
I think their problem was they probably were wondering, well, who are we going to replace him with? And they probably were looking for somebody, and then when they found somebody, they got rid of him. That's my guess.
I guess ZipRecruiter paid off for him. No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, ZipRecruiter, let me tell you. Talk about a site that's full of shitty jobs is ZipRecruiter. Every job I apply to on there is only a sales job, or they con you into being one.
I think that's your major.
No, it's not my major. Dude.
Marketing, they're going to think multi-level marketing is just one or two other words.
Well, because I noticed when you go on, it's really interesting. On ZipRecruiter, I get all these like sales jobs, these like MLM jobs. When I go on LinkedIn, it's like, oh, copywriting, oh, actual marketing, oh, actual careers where you have a base salary.
I know I'm not supposed to be on your property, but would you be interested in buying some high quality knives?
Some high quality $2,000 knives.
Solar panels.
Oh god, that's a marketing thing. I fucking hate that.
Which is worse, Cutco or like Solar or whatever Inc.
Well, solar, you'll spend a lot more money and you won't get shit. They have so many of these scam solar companies, and then they have like the ADT like security cameras too. That's another scam I've seen. And then like home warranties, that's also pretty shit. Like there was a news article from my area, like someone had like one of these home warranties, and then some, like I think their heating broke in the house, and it took them like, it was going over a week for them to fix like an emergency heating issue. So they end up just paying for it, and the company was just scamming them out of the money. It's the same one that I had. Thank God I didn't renew with those pieces of shit.
It looks like your warranty is expiring. Can I interest you in one of our high quality services?
Oh God! And then speaking of warranties, like that's other things. These like car warranties, extended car warranties. Fucking hate those.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, they call me like at least 20 times a day. I'm not even exaggerating. Like they call me from different numbers in the same area code. And then when I answer, so I'm like, hey, who's calling me so I can report you to the FCC? It's a robo.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to call up a lawyer about that. Like, I called up a lawyer about that shit. And I haven't had as many from the one company, but the other ones, it's hard to, because they keep changing their company. Then you ask them, like, if you get a person on the phone, be like, hello, this is for the servant company. My name is John. What
Well,
car is
well,
your?
at least if you're gonna, at least if you're gonna do that scammy shit, at least you could do it in America where you're hiring American or something. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it's always some fucking call center out there. Like, I hate that shit. And they spoof the. And it's funny because you mentioned they spoof the area code. Like, I don't live where like my phone area code is from, so I can easily tell if it's a scam call because like all the people from like where I originally lived, like I have their phone numbers saved in my phone. So if I get a random call from like a, you know,
Oh,
I'll know exactly it's a fucking scam.
that's
And what I've
smart.
been doing, I'll put like a pot over and I'll just start banging the shit out of it. Like I whisper so they go to increase the volume, and I put a pot over, and I take like a fucking metal spoon and just start like banging the shit up, like ding 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 ding.
I would.
I troll
Yeah,
them.
I told you sometimes I like to. Sometimes I like to fuck around with them. Like if they're fucking with me on a on a regular basis, sometimes I'll just cut. If a person's like, hey, I see that I see that your warranty's expired. Can I interest you? Like, I'm like, you can offer me more than a car warranty there, you big boy.
Oh shit.
You sound like a big strong man. What's your name?
What do they do after that? Do they just hang up?
Mixed reactions. Sometimes I'll get hang-ups. Sometimes they'll tell me their name, and then they'll try to get back to the subject, and then I'll
Oh, I
try
thought
to
you were gonna
like.
say they flirt back. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I don't think they do that.
Oh, it's my lucky day.
Fucking learn
have,
something.
have you
Like,
guys
oh,
have you guys talked about the whole AOC thing? Because like
Ooh.
Oh, I almost forgot
that,
about that.
I'm just
Shit.
like I can't. She's someone I cannot stand, and then it's the fact that she lied, and then it's like
Oh,
people like Vernon Jones who actually got attacked,
what?
Red Paul. No one talked about this stuff besides right wing media, but then like they're catering to her lies. Like
So
she
you're
wasn't even there.
so what you're telling me, Donnie, is that AOC lied.
She did lie.
She did lie. Okay. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to
She
give me
lied about the Capitol
you're
thing.
gonna have to
I'm
give me
not
some
gonna
time to
say.
process that, Donnie, because I'm very shocked
I'm not
right
gonna say
now.
she lied about her sexual assault story because I don't know, but it was weird timing to bring it up. And for people who really have, if she's not telling the truth, she's actually hurting real victims.
Yeah.
Because she brought that up during like a political debate, like it was like a deflection tool, and it didn't seem very genuine. And then when she started getting called out on it, apparently she's like trying to have her people like report people's stuff on social media so they lose their accounts.
yeah, God, I really hate that AOC person,
Mm-hmm.
I love her. I think she's
dude. Like,
awesome.
she,
Look at what she does. She pisses off Nancy Pelosi.
I like that part about her, but like literally everything else, like whenever, because like look what she did with Ted Cruz, like
Mm.
back with that Robin Hood thing, they
No
were.
one no one rattles Nancy Pelosi's dentures more than AOC.
Nah,
Exactly.
that's Trump. That's Trump.
Well,
No,
Trump's
Trump's
out of office
temporary.
now. I
Yeah,
don't think.
AOC's here to
She still
stay,
thinks about
baby.
him every day. They all still think about him every day.
Well, so, I'm glad you say that because this is the mistake the right makes with AOC is she has become the left version of Trump. And the way, and I know people are going to attack me, like, oh, she clearly isn't because X, Y, and Z. My point is the right falls under the same spell the left did with Trump, is they just can't stop talking about her, And you can't. That's where she's very skilled at is you can't look away from her because she knows how to get attention. She knows how to break through the noise. She knows how to play the game, and we should learn from it. I mean, obviously not lie like she's doing, because she's now pulling a Alexandria Ocasio-Smollett, scenario here. And I mean, look, she look, for people that don't understand layout the capitals, not everybody's in that one building. There are multiple buildings, there's tunnels, and she was in a building that was quite a ways away. Yes, there are lots of people there, but they were evacuating everything, and she was not actually in the actual Capitol building. Her office is in another building that's quite a ways away. And so when she told her story, I mean, look, did she technically say where she actually was? Yeah, she said, quote, or who was this? Yeah, well, I have to find her exact quote, but she kind of said she was in her office, but she also said she was in the Capitol. She called it the Capitol complex later. So people had the impression that she was in the Capitol building. But hey, people couldn't stop
and that's
talking
what she
about
wanted them to believe.
it. Yeah.
That's what she wanted them to believe. And I called her out on that day because I'm like, I'm sitting there making votes, and I heard them like someone come up and vote for her. I'm like, so instead of being there doing her job, she's on Instagram Live.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's all about her popularity, her fame. She doesn't care about anybody at all. Like, if you really, truly feel strongly about this, then why were you not there working? Why did someone else have to vote for you?
It's a funny
She's young, healthy. Why wasn't she there?
It's the funniest thing too. She's like asking for a raise for like senators or whatever because it's too expensive to live in DC. They're already getting like close to 200 grand a month or like a year, and she thinks it's too expensive. Like, bitch, you're in the 1%, and you're railing against the 1%.
She went from being. She went from in 3 years. She went from in what? She's been in office for what, almost 2 years or something like that. Wait,
yeah, she just got reelected.
Oh
like
God.
didn't I read something about her almost being a millionaire now? Like, what the f?
Yeah,
See,
I
this is
believe
what's
it.
wrong. This is what's wrong. That's what's wrong right there. That's what's wrong with DC. Right there.
Well, and here's the thing about her too, is that she's very, very sneaky because she frames herself as a populist. She talks about Medicare for all, getting a living wage for people, the Green New Deal, yada yada yada. But she's a fake populist. That's the left's biggest problem. The right's gonna have this problem coming up, is that you're gonna get a lot of these fake populists that say what you want to hear, that say the Bernie mantra or say the Trump mantra, but they really aren't. I mean, that one of the first things AOC did when she got in was ask for a pay raise, and she's a fake populist, especially with that tweet with like I said, during the Wall Street bets thing, which we'll talk about soon because that's going to get really interesting potentially soon. She and Ted Cruz agreed on something, and Don Jr. and Portnoy and Elon Musk, we all agreed it was beautiful. We talked about how wonderful it was last week, and Ted Cruz retweeted her and said totally agree. And then I think she deliberately did this. She was either being petty, or she knew, unity, can't have that, and knows that this is a way for her to get more power. Because once she saw that, she started attacking Ted Cruz and saying, oh, you almost had me killed the other week. And she's being a total drama queen, but she's not doing this out of emotion. She's being very, very calculating with this. She knows exactly what she's doing, and she's very smart. She knows exactly what she's doing. It's either the pettiness got to her, which is a rookie mistake, but I highly doubt that. I think she saw that and went, ooh, I can't associate with Ted Cruz. I need to fire up my base to hate Republicans and to like me. I'm gonna attack him and make this about the Capitol Rights.
I'm gonna have to say one thing I disagree on. I don't think she's smart. I think whoever was handling her made that decision on how she does that.
Well,
I
That
don't think
right
she's smart.
there.
I disagree actually because I kind of agree. I kind of agree because when she lost that campaign manager, her Twitter wasn't as hot, but it's been hot recently again, and her has been always been hot. And I've watched her Twitch streams and her Instagram lives. She's got talent. She's smart. She knows exactly what she's doing, and her campaign was extremely well run and was extremely successful for what it was. Um,
That's because
she's
the GOP
very
didn't put
evil,
anybody
though, I will
against
say.
her.
Hmm.
The GOP didn't put anybody against her. You know who could have went against her and gave her a real hard run for her money was that Antoine Tucker guy, but they ignored him basically. Like,
To be fair, that district is heavily Democrat. It's heavily the demographics are very against any Republican. I mean, even
Yeah.
when the Democrats
I
tried to
mean,
primary her, they had no chance in
we got
hell.
you got to understand. Like, look, the Democrats in those heavily Democrat state, those heavily Democrat populated areas, they've padded the books. Like, there's really not like we're if there's anything that this presidential election has showed us is that the heavily Democrat areas are going to stay heavily Democrat for a really long time because there is the swamp is deep in corruption. Like it
Well,
is
she doesn't
deep.
even need that. I mean, her district is heavily Latino, heavily
Yeah.
minority. They statistically vote Democrat. It's in New York, you know,
Mhm.
so she's got everything going for her. What she did was the Joe, what was I forget his name already that used to run there. Um, the establishment candidate that had been there was asleep at the wheel, and she came and swooped in as this radical progressive, which separated herself from him. And she was a fresh face, and she was very, very talented. What she was doing in her campaign was pretty talented, and they were able to. What did she do? She knocked on every single door she could, and she got out there while her opponent wasn't doing shit. Joseph Crawley, that's his name. So she knocked on the doors and totally blew him out of the water. That's how it's done. And now
Well,
look at
that
where
that
she
goes to
is.
show. And again, and there's learning experiences with that too. Look,
Exactly.
the nothing nothing beats a good ground game.
who
Nothing beats a really good ground game.
who
I
is
mean,
that?
you have to have other stuff too. Other stuff helps significantly too, but in the end, nothing beats a really good ground
Yeah.
game.
Who is that vice presidential candidate from Alaska?
Sarah Palin.
Is she
Hmm.
does remind me of like a left wing version of that, because like portrayed by the media and shit as like just this like dummy, but like a populist. Because if you think about it, like too, like Sarah Palin, like she was honestly like pretty proto MAGA. You know, she laid a lot of the
yeah,
traditional groundworks.
Yeah, I see what you mean on that. Yeah, I feel you. And AOC is, like I said, she's going to be on your ballot soon. Everybody's going to see her on a ballot in a few years at some point when she's old enough and when the time's right. She's not going away. And that's what I'm saying. I really want to emphasize, like Phil said, you need to learn from people like her because we all dislike her. We all think her policies are crazy. And she's a total sociopath. But she look what she's doing. She's got more followers on Twitter than Nancy Pelosi. She has one of the most watched Twitch streams of all time. She knows what she's doing. And I don't know why I don't know why there's a single Republican candidate that isn't a gamer. It doesn't come on and play something and answer
Bryson
the
Gray.
question.
They have that
He's
guy.
not a candidate, but Bryson Gray is on all these games. Like he's on D Live, he's
Yeah.
on Twitch.
Yeah,
But
he's
like,
awesome.
he's not letting know. Yeah. But someone you know what's funny about Twitch, because like one of my friends who's not really political, he was like, "Hey, I was on Twitch and AOC was on there. Have you considered using that platform? I know you have an account, but like, have you considered using it?" I was like, "I don't really have a base there," and
Mm.
like, so like, I was like, "I don't use it," but like, I see where you guys are coming from. Like I'm not a gamer, I've been wanting to play video games and stuff, but like I just been so focused on other stuff.
Yeah.
But
No, I know what you mean. That's how I was for the
but
past 4 or 5 years.
but then I also was like I start hearing about Twitch censoring people, so I was like I'm not using that platform then because they're going to censor
Yeah.
me as soon as they realize. what I am, and like YouTube did to me.
I mean, they're owned by Amazon.
Yep.
Which is the worst.
Speaking of
Mhm.
big move by Amazon. Bezos stepped down CEO this week.
Mm.
That's
No,
huge.
this is a it's like what Bill Gates did, right? It's what Bill Gates did. Like he stepped down, but he's still the chairman. Like it's not really. I mean, he's I guess
Yeah,
it's
but once Bill Gates
newsworthy.
stepped down, like you had Steve Ballmer come in, you had the Satya Nadella guy come in. Like Microsoft's totally changed once Bill Gates left. That's gonna and Amazon not having
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos run its show. I mean, that's huge.
Well,
I mean, yeah,
Amazon,
he's still on there. He's got a lot of influence and hold, but he's either at a point where he's like, dude, I'm getting close to 60. Like, why don't I enjoy my life and my money? Or he wants to do other things. So I think it's huge.
yeah, what was it like? Amazon's had a lot of issues.
Mm-hmm.
Like just working there, like I'll be on blind, and like the software developers, like they all complain that like Amazon has this like was it pip culture? I think that's what the term was. Like that's if you're like not performing up to a certain degree, like they'll put you on pip, and then you'll get fired like real quick after that. Generally, like it's super like cutthroat over there, which is pretty crazy for like like even for Silicon Valley companies, they have like a terrible reputation for that.
Mm. Well, that's what's also interesting is like guys talk about why he really stepped down is because when he did, there were some stories breaking of some major um, scandals with Amazon that really haven't blown up as much as they should. I mean, we obviously know they treat employees terribly, but and don't pay them much. But apparently, they weren't giving their drivers for I forget what the service is called, their tips. They were basically stealing it from them. So that's what I'm saying. Like big moves like this, there's something going on here. I wonder what really is going on. But the other big moments too, of course, because I saw this actually right after the markets closed, because I was checking the stocks. The GameStop saga took a turn this week, and to be honest, we don't know what it means quite yet. But the stock really dipped, and it started coming back up over the past few days. AMC's kind of dipped a little, but it's following the same path as GameStop, which is really fishy in my opinion. No, this is financial advice, but it's hasn't hit that squeeze yet for AMC like people have been hedging on. Or oh, that was a terrible pun. So, what's interesting to look out for though with all these stocks is on Tuesday, February 9th, we are going to get I think it's FINRA or FINTRA, I forget what the stupid word is for that, of the numbers that will tell us what the short interest percentage was 2 weeks ago, which was like right about when this whole shit was starting. And it will tell us, were these people closing their shorts when this shit was going up, or were they not? Or right before it went up, because we don't know. There's a bunch of numbers that get thrown around from like S3 and all these other things, but they've been known to have faulty numbers before. And some people speculate that the stock market's being totally manipulated right now with short ladder attacks, which is very possible. It's also very possible people are paper handing and selling out. But I personally think it's unlikely that these hedge funds have closed all their shorts yet because they had so many, and the numbers don't feel like they're adding up to me.
Well, no, I mean, honestly,
We don't know.
they if anything, they reposition their hedges.
That's
If anything, they
possible,
reposition
but
them.
that's very risky
No, I mean,
because
well,
people are buying more shares. So
not if you know how to position it right because of the volatility of the stock. If you can position your hedges correctly, you could actually make a ton more money. I mean,
no, because they bought these when this shit was like a couple dollars, and they were hoping it would go near
yeah.
zero.
So what they're likely gonna what they likely do, what I mean by repositioning is they're taking the loss, and then getting new hedges reposition. Basically, it's like a reposition, but at a loss. So you're selling, you're taking the loss for your existing hedges and then repositioning them to set for what the stock is right now. So that way, whatever direction it goes, it puts you in a position to make even more money, which works because the stock is these stocks, because of what's happened these last 2 weeks, stocks are extremely volatile, and when they're extremely volatile, that's where the opportunities for gains are at. So
It's very possible, but I don't know if they're doing that because number one, and look, this is all up to interpretation. Like these numbers really, I think they mean something, but they mean whatever they mean, based on everybody's interpretation. Because the buy sell ratio was overwhelmingly buy. People weren't selling, so that means people that bought into this hype weren't giving it up. So were these guys even getting their stocks back? I personally don't think they were getting most of them back. And if they're getting more, they're kind of going back into the same situation that they were just in, because it's going back up again in price. And there's people like Big Fucking Value, who's a freaking hero in all this, who initially bought in when it was nothing for long term. They were looking at it as GameStop actually is going to come back. And so anybody that's bought GameStop like myself, I haven't sold because, one, the squeeze is still possibly going to happen, still very possible. And the other possibility is long term, shit's going to go back up anyway, because GameStop has Ryan Cohen coming in to fix everything. And he may very well do, because apparently he has a good track record. So it's such a weird situation, because like, you may very well be right, Phil. I may very well be right. We may all both be wrong. It's so like, it's the definition of fog.
No, I mean, I felt like people should have sold that stock. Like the everyday people should have sold that stock when it was at above 300, right?
Yeah,
right away.
You can say that in
right out of the gate.
hindsight. You can say that in hindsight.
No, I mean, I
but-
knew. No, I mean, I knew. I've seen it. I've seen it with other stocks, but it's like this particular one, like you knew the stock was going to drop,
No,
even if
no,
it
no,
was going to
well-
bounce back. Even if it was going to bounce back, you knew it was going to drop.
Yeah, but we didn't think it
Drop
would
pretty
drop.
fucking good and hard.
Yeah, but nobody was expecting it to drop when it did. That's the
Oh,
difference.
geez.
Like, we knew it would
Wow.
drop because that's how shorts work. But everybody in the Wall Street Bets community, everybody on social media that was buying this shit was expecting it to go higher than it already was.
I think they got played. I think all of them got played.
It seems like a pump and dump to me, to be honest.
No,
Like,
it's
Yeah,
not pump and
exactly. It
dump.
was-
No,
It was.
no.
It's because there's.
That's
Look,
not how
the
pump and
internet-
dump. If it's
the
short at
internet's full of scammers,
130%, it's not a pump and dump. It's a short squeeze by definition.
you can't trust people off the internet on these message boards. Like, and they've had that happen before, where nefarious actors will go and infiltrate like a subreddit and then go and post stuff, like this to go and like basically make a buck. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but
But that's objectively not the case because, like I said, the stock was short 130%.
You wait. No, you sell it at that. You sell it at that price. Sell it at 300. You wait like a day or two, because that's how long it usually takes for these stocks that jump up like that to whittle down to a price that's like and then you would buy. If anything, you start making multiple buys. Like if it sinks and you keep buying at the dip, and then wait a couple more days and hopefully.
Well, that's what
hopefully
these
it
people are
rises back
doing.
up
And
again.
the reason people aren't selling is because you're giving it back to the hedge funds. That's why nobody was selling. And it made sense. And I think if you really, really want to, I think one of the guys put this really well, which is the smartest way to ever play these things is it's super basic. Buy at the dips, buy low, and sell high. So you buy, let's say, 100 shares on one dip, and it shoots way up to, let's say, the 300. You sell not all of them, but just some of them. And then when it dips again, you buy some more. Goes up, you sell some more. I think that's the smart way because you don't know what's going to happen to it. You don't. You may think, but you really don't. And people weren't expecting it to get like this, but some people are like, oh, it's crashing. It's going to go to zero. Never got close to zero. It's still at way higher than it originally was. So it's a very weird situation that nobody knows what's going to happen. Like I said, some people think it's being manipulated. I think it 100% is being manipulated because
it's absolutely being manipulated. But,
yeah.
That's why I wouldn't touch it. Like, do you want to go and touch something that has been manipulated?
No, people are. That's the thing. They're buying it like crazy still.
I don't know. They're gonna get burned.
Yeah,
they could. I don't think it's definite. I don't think it's definite at all.
Well, it's still probably overvalued for what GameStop is. Let's be real.
Yeah, but value doesn't mean anything. It's bullshit.
Well, eventually it'll go down to what it should be. It's not going to stay like this.
Where should it be though?
Probably like $20 to like $40. Like GameStop's really not that great of a company. Like they've been losing money. Like they've just not been doing much, and especially with a lot of sales going digital and Amazon and COVID, I think they're in a really bad place.
Well, that's why Deep fucking Value put his like $500,000 into this, was because he saw with the shakeup with Ryan Cohen that things will probably get a hell of a lot better. I don't know about that, but he invested a shit ton of his money into it, so he's still holding. He's still holding.
I thought he sold some of them.
He sold a little bit, but overwhelmingly he's holding.
No, with the major players, you're buying a little and selling a little. That's pretty much what you're doing. Like you have a lot of larger investors. They have a large stake in it, and then they make small moves to kind of, try to see where they can gain and here and there.
Yeah, but he didn't do that. He bought, I forget what he initially bought, but he sold a little bit, and then he's been holding on to 50,000 shares for like weeks. And he posts like screenshots every day where he's like still YOLO update, and he shows that he hasn't budged. And the psychology is that people are holding, and I have a really hard time believing these hedge funds have closed on most of their positions, their initial ones. I really doubt it, and that's why I think this is not over yet. It could be, but I don't think it is. And we'll know on Tuesday a little better idea of how things are going to go, but until I see this thing go near zero, I don't think it's over. I really don't. I mean, even with the Volkswagen thing.
I don't know if it's going to go near zero. I don't know if it's going to go to zero, but it's definitely going to come back down to earth. Like, it's definitely coming down to earth.
Well, that's how the short squeezes work. Like with the Volkswagen thing, which some argue is not comparable, some say it is. It had like a hype spike. It dipped almost down back to where it started and then shot way up to like 800. So that's what people are thinking could happen with this, and it's very possible, but we don't know. We do not know.
Yeah, just be careful. Like I said, I mean, hey, I really don't have any major skin in this game. I did not invest in up. I have some like mutual funds or like ETFs that have some exposure to this, but I mean, if I was involved, I would have sold it. I would like a limit or something, so when it went below 150, it would have sold if I had it, or
Bingo.
I would never do that, because that's exactly how you lose the short squeeze. That's how this whole thing falls apart, is when people sell, because these guys buy it back. That's exactly how you lose. So you put in what you're willing to lose. That's how I look at it. You put in what you're willing to lose and hold it literally as long as you can, because you either hold it till the squeeze happens. If it happens, awesome. You made a quick buck. If it doesn't happen, hold it long term, because the company's been boosted now and has a potential, especially in this case, for long-term growth. So selling it, I've never considered selling it, because I thought it would be strategically dumb in the sense of you're giving the hedge funds their shit back, and you even if it went down, yeah, you get some money back, but you're losing the potential for big rewards in the short term and maybe the same rewards long term as, if you sold when it was starting to go down. So for me, it makes the only sensible thing is to hold the whole time.
I mean, hey, if you want to go and do if you're gonna make a political judgment, it's not you're not making a financial judgment at that point.
If you're politically invested in this, then yeah, but
no, financially, it's the smart way to go too, because like I said, this stock,
not even close.
How
Not even
so?
close. You sell even like it. You sell at 300. You sell at
that's
300.
in hindsight.
Like even if you have five shares, no, there's no hindsight about it. You look at the stock price, click sell, boom, you're done.
No. Right? We know that because we know that was its peak now from so far. At the time, it was climbing and people were buying because they thought it was going to go more than that.
But at least you got something. At least you got something. Not only because, and you know that the stock is going down. You know that the stock is going to go down. So you buy, you sell high and buy low, right? So So you sell it at 300. You wait until it drops, and then you start buying dip, and then you start dip buying.
Well,
right?
yeah, that I agree with. Yes, but that's kind of exactly what I was saying, which is like
So even if it goes back down to where it was, you end up with more shares than when you started out. Like at the very worst, you end up with more shares than you start out with. So financially, if you would have listened to me, you would have been in a way better position. But if you're politically
in a worse position, because I think there's lost my shares.
I think there's a part of you that's politically invested in this. Like, I think there's
100%. But what I'm saying is, if I sold my shares, I would have been in the same position, or actually, sorry, worse position, because I wouldn't have any.
Well, no, you'd be better.
No, you would have. No, because you would have been in a better financial position to get more shares when the stock sinks.
Yeah, but I didn't want to sell them and give them to the hedge funds and then fuel this thing going down more. It's counterproductive that way. That's why I never did that.
Because then you buy the dip.
Yeah, but if they're already closing on their positions, you're buying it from the dip. Yeah, but the problem with that, I do agree on buying the dips, but the problem with selling it is the first people they're going to get are the hedge funds. So when you're giving it up to them, they're getting more of their skin out of the game. And when you're buying it back, you need to be careful, because there's certain times when to get it, I've learned, because there are people that are paper handing, they're selling out, and you're taking it from those people. And it's not really going to...
See, when you're talking about when you sell it, you're letting the hedge fund managers get out of the game. That's a political motivation. That's not a financial motivation.
Yeah, I agree.
That is a political motivation.
But it's also financial, because the whole
point... It's not financial. Not for you.
Well, yes, because if you give it back to them, the squeeze isn't going to happen.
No.
Squeeze. Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
That does matter. That's how you make the money.
No, you make the money by buying the stock. By selling the stock at a high price, which you just did, and then when you buy it at a small price, if it's going to rise up in price, then it's going to rise up in price. Your shares, your 20 shares is not going to change the fucking price. Like, you're not you personally, if you sold your 5 shares and then you bought 20-30 shares back, you personally are not going to change the price of the fucking market of the stock. So you're trying to make your money, right? You're not there. You're trying to you're thinking in a political nature, but you don't have the money or the shares to make it a political nature. Like you should be looking at how you could walk away with something more than you fucking got into it with. Like, and that's how you need to be. That's how you need to be. But you are kind of looking at this thing from a political sense. Yeah, it's like that's
Well,
like you're
yes, but the
politically
problem
invested.
is if I'm, for me, I get what you're saying, but if I am gonna sell out like that, when I'm preaching to people, hey, we should hold, we should screw over these hedge funds, we
Right
should
there,
squeeze this.
that's a political statement.
I know,
That's a
I
political
know,
statement.
I
Oh,
know.
if I'm gonna
But
do
that's
this, yeah.
because
So
I
you're
want the
politically.
squeeze to happen.
You know what? Look, if you're trying to walk out of this thing with something, right? Because that's not look again. Even if you buy and sell 5, 10, 20 shares of this thing, that's not enough to alter
I agree,
the
but it's a
overall
collective
price.
effort. That's the point of this, is that everybody's getting a little bit of it and it adds up to the squeeze because everybody's holding their shares. That's the point of it. And if I'm not holding, I'm literally helping the
But
hedge
that's
funds.
but that's a political. But that's
Mostly
political.
political, but it is financial in the sense because then I'm not helping the squeeze actually happen. I know it's very small and insignificant, but it's kind of like, well, not really helping the squeeze happen by giving them their shares back.
No, but it's not significant enough to help anybody. It's not you're
Well, that's
like
why
going,
everybody
oh,
has to do it.
you're
That's the
like,
point of
oh,
it.
this is a collective thing, and it's like for big for who?
Well,
Because not everybody's
everybody.
playing.
There are
Not
people.
everybody's playing the game.
Yeah, but
Not
there are a lot
everybody's
of people
playing
playing
the game.
it. There's people with
The
hundreds of
last couple of
shares.
days were fucking example that not everybody's playing the game.
No.
A lot of these people are selling their shit and getting the fuck out.
No, that's not what's
sold
happening.
his shit and got
That's
the
not
fuck
what's
out.
happening. Well, I should be specific. We don't know if that's happening. There are some people, but overwhelmingly most people are buying.
Dude, the price dropped a shit ton. Okay, people got out. Right?
No. Because if you look at the numbers, overwhelmingly people were buying.
Look. Okay.
By the way, we forgot to mention something.
Okay.
It's off subject we all are talking about.
Yep.
But we forgot to mention that Candace Owens says she's thinking about running for president, and she has like over 100,000 likes on that post. And like reading the comments, she's got a lot of support in the comments section. And the only ones who are not supportive are obviously the haters on the other side.
Yeah. So,
like 162 point. Oh, it just moved 0.8 thousand likes, 22.3 thousand reposts, 16.1 thousand comments.
So how do you feel about that one, Donnie? What you're saying, like, because we all kind of saw the tweet, and we were kind of like, we're kind of like in a opinion of limbo here, because I like Candace Owens. I like Candace Owens. I like what she's doing. I like what she has done with Turning Point. I like what she's done with Blexit. I've liked what she's done with a lot of things. Just a lot of things with PragerU, with the whole, with her podcast and all that stuff. We've seen other people. So some of the pushback. Okay, so some of the pushback. We'll just ask you a question here. Some of the pushback is, well, this looks like a PR stunt, like, because she's never held a political office before. Of course, the pushback is like, well, Donald Trump's never held a political office before. But what say you, Donnie? Because there's definitely mixed. There's mixed reactions, and I can see both sides of that coin. So what say you?
I say, if she's genuine on running, she says she's thinking about it. She didn't say she was. And she has said before she could run for whatever office she wanted to run for,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the timing of the, because you have like 3 years, you know, to some time. But like there's other people who can also go up against her as well. But
Mm-hmm.
I think it will depend on if she's really serious about, running. Because like I think by then she'll be, able to because of her age. By then I think she'll be able to run. But I'm not for sure. I don't know Candace Owens personally, at all. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not for sure what her intentions are of
Mm-hmm.
that post. But if I want to come from a positive side of all that,
Mm-hmm.
I'll say that it could be a drive from everything we're seeing right now. Like I really want to run because I see people aren't being served, they're not being listened to.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe she could possibly feel the same way,
Mm-hmm.
but but she's thinking about it instead of saying she is going to run.
Yeah.
But I think that there's like whenever it's who was it? This lady, I can't remember her name. Trump's reposted her multiple times. She did a poll and she included like um Ron from Florida, the governor from South Dakota, Mike Pence. I think it was more so of a jab, putting him on there so people would see how like low that he would get it. And I think that they mentioned Matt Gaetz, I think. And then she had a different poll that was underneath. I think Ted Cruz was mentioned. Like, but it looks like Ron from Florida has the strongest chance of winning being president because of how he's been running Florida.
He would be my favorite
Um,
candidate. I'm like right
for
now,
president,
yeah.
nah.
For president, Ron DeSantis, he would absolutely be my favorite candidate. If it wasn't Donald Trump, like, well, let's just say Donald Trump is not running again, which of course he
Mhm.
could. But let's just hypothetically say he's not. Um, I think Ron DeSantis could probably gain traction if the right
Yeah,
if say it again.
yeah, I think him, and if his VP was the governor of South Dakota,
Mm-hmm.
female VP,
Yeah,
I think that that would be a very strong team for
yeah.
sure. He's liked, he's already loved. He's in the same state as Trump. Is like who the only thing you might be worried about is who will replace him in Florida as
Yeah.
governor.
Oh, yes.
So, but
Gates.
I mean, I think Candace could be she could be a great candidate, and I love her drive and everything she's done in the movement. She's a huge drive, like a big name, household name,
Mm-hmm.
love or hate. But
Mm-hmm.
she announced that today, and I'm like, well, maybe it's motivation, like after these elections. I mean, I made my statement, and then um, she made hers today, and I feel like more people that speak up and like say they want to do something that will influence other people to want to do it too. So and Candace has a way bigger platform than I have, and that might motivate more people to do things. Maybe that's the intention, is to like get other people motivated who want to do it too.
I
I
personally
like it.
think
What do you?
she's never going to run for president. She could run for a lower office like Congress or maybe
See,
Senate, but I don't think
I
she
like
would
you.
ever run for president because it'd be a mistake, but more or less, she doesn't have the experience levels that would be needed for it.
Well, for me, I like what you're saying, Sean. I like what it's like she should run. I feel like she should run for a House or a Senate seat, maybe. Not so much because she couldn't win presidency. I don't I mean anybody look, Donald Trump has shown us that if you play your cards right, anybody like you could do it. Like but you if you could play enough cards right, you could pull it off. But for her, I think her strengths are suited would definitely be more suited in a congressional seat just because she has that ability, the communicative ability to to represent Congress a lot more, just because like she's going to be given a chance to speak on a House floor or a Senate floor, right? And they can't take that away from her. Whereas, like, they could take. I mean, right now they can take anybody's Twitter page, whatever, But like, if you're in a House seat or if you're in a Senate seat, I think they like Twitter would have to give you back your page, right? Which is why which is why Laura Loomer really needs to run again and win. Like, I'm begging
Yeah.
for her to go do it. But anyway, yeah, for somebody like Candace Owens, like she could, like if she got a House or a Senate seat, like she would be given a podium. She would be given podium time, and the entire building would essentially have to hear her. Like, to me, that's like incredibly appealing. Like,
That's true, but think about this. Then it also depends on who she would pick as a VP. Because if she picks a right VP, it might be a good strategy, and she maybe will have the chance to win.
That's a possibility. Yeah, that's a possibility too. I mean,
like, who would you think that her VP would be? Who do you think would be her VP? Her VP?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't like. That's a tough one because I don't know. I don't know her like that.
And I will say this: if she runs, we've had other Black conservatives run for president before.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say that because color shouldn't matter, but
I think
it happens to matter. But if she picked another Black person too, I don't know if there's. I don't remember historically there's being people running that's Black and there's another Black person's VP. She could work that angle.
Well, I think usually
she might pick Tulsi Gabbard or something,
I think usually for VP, you try to go and hit your other like bases. Like that's what Trump did with Pence. He got the evangelical vote. That's what Biden did with Harris. He got the radical communist crazy people vote. Like the radical section of the Democrat Party, and he was the moderate. Like it is political. Like that's usually who. Like, you think Trump really gave a shit about Pence ever? No. It was a political thing.
Yeah, the VP is always I hate to say it's more about winning elections than it is when they get into office. I mean, that's important. And that's a big function of them, but it's kind of like that, like they do. I mean, it's always a joke that the VP just does speeches, waves, smiles nice, and then does his job, which is to run the Senate. But it's all they really do, or they should be doing.
What if she got Kanye as her VP?
That'd be wild.
That would definitely be entertaining.
I don't think that would go too well.
I mean, I'm not sure it would go too well from a race standpoint, but it would definitely be entertaining.
Well, it would be entertaining. I think Kanye's probably I think something's wrong with him mentally.
Well, he does have bipolar. Yeah. But the thing too about the VPs, you kind of want the VP not. This is where Biden, or sorry, not Biden. Different old fuck. McCain, kind of not only did he screw up by not vetting his VP, but his VP got more attention than he did. Like, I hate to say, but you want your VP to kind of be a step down from you. You don't want him outshining you. That kind of ruins things.
Well, I think that's happened to Biden. I think Kamala's gonna end up doing that because Biden's staying in his Fuhrer bunker.
Kind of in some ways. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of action from her yet, but
I'm happy he said that, because you know what? I feel like AOC might be all this attention she's getting. Maybe that she's being prepped, even though I don't think she's old enough. But you know how they don't follow rules. They might change the rules.
What are rules?
So they have all this. They have all the power in the Senate now.
Yeah, actually, it'd be a more interesting question. Who would AOC's VP be?
It would probably be an establishment pick.
AOC her VP.
I wonder AOC would probably pick somebody very like if Joe Biden did Biden already was a VP, but she would pick up somebody like Biden as her VP. That's different though.
Would she do that, or do you think she'd go and pick someone even more radical?
No, I think she'd pick somebody establishment, because you want to get it. You kind of want to get a well-rounded ticket.
Well,
Like
no,
if you,
that's what you and me would, that's what a political person would say. But I think, just the way she's running her things, I don't know if she'd even care. I think she.
I mean,
But if she gets all this attention right now, she can be. I think AOC, like I said, she does what she's told by somebody, and I think
they
that
all
she
do
will
what
be
they're told.
silent while she's VP, like she's supposed to be. And I think that AOC could possibly be, Kamala's pick. I mean, think about who's getting all the attention, or maybe Stacey Abrams, But think about who is the Democrat people are getting all the attention right now.
That's true.
Oh, that
Stacey
by the way,
too.
I think Stacey Abrams getting. I think unless the Republicans come up with a good enough ticket for the governorship of Georgia, I think Stacey Abrams might be a shoo-in for governor of Georgia, unless there's a good enough seat. Unless there's a good enough seat candidate from the GOP, and I'm sorry, Georgia, it is not looking good right now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong by now and then.
When I say Abrams, I'm talking about because Biden's not making it to this first term, in my opinion. He's not. I'm saying, who is Kamala Harris going to pick?
No, I think she's going to pick somebody. I think she's going to pick somebody establishment. It could be I want to say it'd be a male establishment candidate, but it could be. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if it was Nancy Pelosi or some shit, right? There'd be something. It will definitely be an establishment pick, just because, you're trying to get that. You want to get the comfy shoes pick, but you also want a little bit of not extreme, but out there kind of. Like there's got to be a little
Bernie Sanders would be perfect. He's trying to be president for so long.
Actually, Bernie would be a good VP pick, and depending on who the candidate is, because
he's fake as fuck, just like her. So I mean, I guess.
Well,
so.
Yeah, that's the thing that's weird is Kamala's technically establishment. We do think
we're going after the 1%, and then he's come to find out he's a rich dude with
or Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah. I think she.
That's good. No, that you know what? You're right. You're right.
Anybody in that Black Lives Matters list, I'm gonna say, would possibly be Kamala's next pick, because Elizabeth Warren was popular.
Yeah, because I think that works too, because she'd be one of the first Native American VPs. So that'd be kind of cool.
Yes.
Oh, nobody got that joke? Okay, got it.
I zoned out for a second.
Yeah.
I just laughed. I got it.
She got it,
yeah. Yeah, Donnie got it. Yeah.
Yeah, but trying to think of any of these other people that have run, because I think a lot of these people think that once they become an activist and have all these followers and media attention, they can springboard into politics, political office, and that's got a lot of possibility in there, and it's been done before. But I think this might be the future of how things start going. You get people that get some clout and some name recognition, and they run in a very ideal race and they win, and then they become even bigger. And she could definitely do that. It's just where is she gonna run?
Candace?
Yes.
What and then what about Michelle? I heard she couldn't because of some resident thing or something, but
I
As
don't
a
think
VP?
Michelle actually wants to run. That's my guess. I can't read her mind, but if I were to guess, I don't think she wants to run for anything.
Yeah. Yeah, he would be a terrible pick.
I got that one. Michael Obama. And also Candace has a kid. Let's keep in mind too, she just got a kid. She's a bit busy. She's got her arms full.
Yeah, she's a beautiful little boy.
Yes. So she's got a lot on her hands. So I don't want to say she's gonna step away from politics for the next few years, but I personally think she's gonna take a little bit easier for a little bit. Even though I have to say, ever since she left Turning Point, ever since she's been away from those kind of crowds, her Twitter's gotten like way more fire. It's way more like, whoa, I like it. I've always liked it.
Can't talk about that stuff, or you can save that for another day.
What was that?
That Turning Point stuff.
We can touch on that actually. One thing I'll mention real quick too, because speaking of jobs, it reminded me of something. Oh, I've three things I want to mention. I'll take off the quick one first. I was applying for a job, and I have it on the screen here. It was for Squarespace, it turned out to be, which makes websites and hosts domains. And when I was on there, this is the first time I've ever seen this in a job application. It asked me what my pronouns were. And it has selection box. I was like, ooh, well, let's see what the pronouns they have listed here. She, her, hers, he, him, his, they, them, theirs, which is grammatically incorrect. And these were my favorite ones. Sie, them, theirs, the, her, his, and then my pronouns are not listed.
I've seen the Z one or like the XZ one, but like Z, her, he, see.
Wait, what is that? What is those other ones I never heard of before? Is that like a different language or something, or what is that?
That's what it looks like. I was laughing so hard at this because like I've never seen it. Because usually when you do see something like this anywhere, it usually has the she, her, hers, he, him, they, them, theirs. It like stops there, or it's like mine are on here, even though, yeah, I guess your Majesty isn't on here, but they had
dating websites are doing that too.
Yes, I know. I wanted to put my own in here, but I'm not gonna lie. I picked I think I picked the Z one, the Z, her, his Z.
You should not have put that. If you're
I would put other. This would be like out of spite other. Now, even with race, now I put other. Because Americans not an option, so other.
What were you saying, Alex?
If I was you and like you actually wanted to get the job, I'd probably put the he.
Dude, I don't want to get it.
I didn't give a shit about the
After
job.
seeing this shit,
if I was you, I would have been like, yeah, I would have just said I was transgender or some shit.
They didn't have that option.
They say you're an alien. Speaking of that, they're trying to like go after Elon Musk for hiring legal citizens.
Oh, they going after him for that?
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
For hiring legal.
Look, yeah, I mean, come on, look, they need to stop with that. Like, look, don't they have? He has like a huge silo in Shenzhen, China, and shit, and like his company's owned by Tencent. Like, geez, leave him alone. Fuck.
Wait, he's owned by Tencent?
Tesla, I think, what, 5% is owned by Tencent?
Oh, that's nothing. Dude, I mean, Elon would never let himself get bought by the Chinese. He'd start like buying all the stock.
Yeah, but he has a huge silo there, which, I mean, you got a lot of. I mean, that's a lot of hard capital.
Well, to be honest, like, if America went all electric car, it wouldn't even come close to solving the problem of CO2. Like, you literally have to make China and India all electric. If that's what he's going for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it'd be way worse because then you got countries like Bolivia would be fucking superpowers because, like.
But they don't understand how, like, do they not understand how, like, electricity is produced or something? Because I know AOC doesn't.
Well, not only that, you're digging the fuck up out of the ground for lithium. and shit. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to you're actually doing more harm to the environment.
So it's extra. It's
Creating,
actually extra. It's actually worse.
Technically, yes.
yeah,
That's why I never, when I talk about like how I want, electric car, I never say I want one because it's green. I just want because they're cool. They're fast.
yeah.
They're quiet, which I really like. They're nice. What'd you say?
They're gay.
Okay, okay, okay. A G Wiz is gay.
They're-
A Toyota Prius is gay. But is a Tesla Roadster that goes from 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds gay?
Dude, it's just because, like, do you know what else goes really fast? A fucking bullet train. Why are you just gonna take the get a bus pass?
Do you see a bullet train in this country?
Go to China.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the Wuhan lab in China.
I think Taiwan has them too, in like Germany and all these other places.
Yeah, because Europe has this massive railroad system. We just don't have that. I don't know why we never invested in that, but we never did.
Well, because we have Ford, GM, and fucking Chrysler.
Dude, they have Volkswagen, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes, Bugatti.
Dude, most of those, like, okay, the only ones that are really any big would be like the like Volkswagen and like Mercedes.
Volkswagen owns a ridiculous amount of companies. Like, it's ridiculous.
The U.S., like that. The U.S. though, is pretty big compared to Europe, so they have a lot of distance.
That's true.
And there was a lot of lobbying by Ford, GM, and Chrysler to go and build we built highways back in like the 30s because of the Great Depression. We didn't build high-speed rail. Well, I mean, we actually did have somewhat high-speed rail.
Well, the highways came under, I believe, Eisenhower's administration.
I thought it was FDR that like had people start building that up.
Eisenhower's the one that did the whole, I forget what it was called, like the Highway Authorization Act, whatever the fuck it was. Interstate, I forget. I learned this in class, I remember. It's one of the things
I'm quite sure it's Eisenhower.
Yeah, no, you're right on that one, Donnie.
FDR gave us socialist policies and programs.
Oh, yeah, complete
and
shit.
under his administration, it became illegal federally.
Roosevelt was, FDR. The other Roosevelt was pretty cool, but FDR was probably the worst president in history, and it's probably closer to a dictator than we've ever been. As much as they give shit to Trump, like people shit on Trump, they'll shit on Bush, they'll shit on all these other presidents, but nothing compares to a president that interned legal U.S. citizens into concentration camps.
Yeah.
Yeah, FDR was basically when those honestly people are like, oh, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security stuff. They want to keep all that. That came from under his administration. Like those are socialist programs, and I'm running for office. So I'm not trying to like advocate to get rid of those things, but what I'm saying is those came under socialist programs, and people don't want the government mandating their health care, right? But you're allowing them to mandate your retirement with Social Security.
Oh yeah, and he wanted to unpack the courts too.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Every bad policy. Yeah, he was like threatening that, and it was ironic because like Biden was like, oh, like he actually said like FDR should not have done that, but now I guess he's changed his tune once he has the power.
And the thing is, with the left, they always praise FDR. If people understood their history, they hear Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders or Warren or any people like praising FDR, then they should realize like these people are socialists because they're praising our first actual socialist president.
Oh yeah, at least like Bernie's honest and admits he's a socialist. Like all the other ones, they just skirt around that. They use flowery language to go and try to masquerade themselves as like not communists.
Well, speaking of, actually,
I have a question. I'm sorry. Is Gateway Pundit the first actual news news outlet that got kicked off Twitter? Because they were kicked off Twitter today.
Yeah, I saw that. Technically, Infowars was banned. If you consider a news source. I do. But they were banned first, and Gateway Pundit was banned today, along with I think people associate with Gateway Pundit too. And the My Pillow guy got banned over the last week, and even the My Pillow Twitter account, not Mike Lindell, but the My Pillow Twitter account. So,
I'm surprised that Project Veritas is still on there, but I think it's because they have such a strong maybe loyal law team. Maybe might have still there or something, but they're still there. I'm surprised.
I tend to think it is that too.
Because especially after he outed, Twitter, Jack Dorsey.
Yeah, he called Jack on camera, undercover camera.
And he's still on Twitter? I'm like, how?
Yeah, I know. That one is surprising, honestly. It's surprising even Paul Joseph Watson's still on Twitter, because he's works with InfoWars, and InfoWars is 99% banned on Twitter except for him and all social medias. But
does he still work with InfoWars?
Yes. Oh yes. One of the other people that got canned though wasn't on Twitter, but it was from Fox News. Was Lou Dobbs. His show abruptly got canceled, but not really abruptly, because Symantec, one of these big voting system companies, announced a lawsuit against Fox News, and he was named in the lawsuit. And so it was a $2.7 billion lawsuit, which is ridiculous, and I would be really surprised if they have anything in there that would actually, they'd actually win in that lawsuit. I think the whole point of it is just to bleed Fox of money. I think it's just a tactic that way. But getting rid of Lou Dobbs isn't going to change that. If anything, it's going to lose you guys money because you lost your highest rated show on Fox Business. I've always liked Lou Dobbs a lot. I remember watching him young as a kid when he was on CNN, funny enough, and he was strongly against illegal immigration even back then. CNN let him on, and then he eventually went to Fox Business, and now they've canned him. So Fox is cucking. What was that?
Who is your all's favorite news outlet though? I'm gonna say the one. Okay, I have two. He have ties, but I say Right Side Network.
Right Side Broadcasting.
Yes, and One American News. But Right Side for me, I guess they do more live things, so they're different than One American News. But those two, I actually don't see Right Side ever turning against Patriots, because they were built off Patriots. That's what I see.
I remember watching them during 2016 when they were one of the few people that were live streaming the Trump rallies. They would follow him around and pretty much live stream them all, and that's how I found them. That's how they grew in popularity. I don't watch them because I use them more as just a live streaming, oh, this event's happening, I'll look at their live stream for it. For news on TV, I'd say my go-to is Newsmax, and then OAN. But in terms of news outside the TV, I usually get most of my stuff from Reuters. They tend to be pretty objective-ish. I used to do AP, but they've gotten a little too cocky for my taste. And I also look at Breitbart. I look at InfoWars. I look at CNN. I don't look at Fox anymore, but I do look at CNN. I look at everything that I can.
So you're still okay with Newsmax after how they did Mike Lindell?
But yeah, I saw that recently.
What they should have done was say, "Hey, you can't say this," because they were warned, right? But I feel like they handled that really bad.
It was really bad. What happened was, for those who don't know, is that Mike Lindell was on Newsmax because he's been blacklisted from Fox, by the way, because he talked about the voter fraud, and he's on Newsmax talking about it, and they're scared of lawsuits, so they were trying to shush him, literally on air trying to shush him, and it was just bunch of people talking over. It was ridiculous, and they eventually cut him, and then they brought him back on and let him say what he was going to say. We don't know if they really did, but they're scared of lawsuits. This is what I've noticed, that all these people are terrified right now of lawsuits.
Mhm.
And I understand to a degree, but it's like, you still the First Amendment. As long as you say and caveat things with all these special phrases, you'll be fine. It's like every time I say I'm not a financial advisor, can't sue me for that. Everything you've said on this show is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Boom, I'm safe.
The worst show is The View. I can't stand those women, and then how they treat someone on their own side because they don't completely align exactly the way they want them to, and they're so quick to call people racist. But Joy has blocked me on Twitter, and
That's a badge
and
of honor.
not the rest of them though. But Joy has blocked me, how they treated that guy. What's his Van something? What's his name again?
Steve Bann.
No, it's a black guy. The with glasses, bald headed. Maybe y'all haven't seen that yet, but they were going at him and saying that, how can the black community forgive him? For saying anything positive, basically about Trump. Like he said, Trump did good things, but
was that Herman Cain?
That was he's a liberal.
Oh, Vernon Jones?
No. Let me see. I'm gonna do a quick Google.
Wait, was it is it the guy from CNN you're thinking of, Van Jones?
Yes.
Yeah.
Van Jones.
Yeah.
How they treated him and talked to him. Honestly, he went back on Twitter, like, well, I'm gonna be fair, like they did. They didn't play, they didn't discuss the whole thing I said, and I guess it was more of the clip. I guess you got to talk more. But Joy hushed him, and then the same thing. Can the black community forgive you? Well, the black community aren't all liberals. So do you mean, are you saying all black liberals forgive you?
It's interesting to contrast that. On InfoWars, Owen Schroyer has been starting a series where he's been bringing on people from the Boogaloo Boys, Black Lives Matter, Proud Boys, Antifa, and having a conversation and just trying to talk like normal people again. Vastly different viewpoints, and they probably disagree strongly, but they're trying to find some common ground. It's actually really interesting to see InfoWars as a place where people think is this echo chamber of conspiracies and all that, go way more even-handed than any other MSM outlet. And I've always liked InfoWars. I'm not saying that they are what people say they are, but nobody would suspect that they'd be doing this. They would think this wouldn't be happening, and nobody's really talking about it, but it's really interesting. Did you ever watch Lou Dobbs, Alex? Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was telling you there's riots in DC right now. They're saying burn it down.
I saw a riot at jail, actually, at St. Louis. I didn't see the one in DC.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, there's one in DC. Burn it down. They chant Black Lives Matter / Antifa are marching through Washington, DC.
I thought they were DC's still in lockdown.
Yeah, sorry, they're surprised they're out there with all this National Guard.
They need special treatment.
That is true. That's definitely true. Did you ever watch Lou Dobbs, Alex?
No.
You missed out. He was really good. Really, really good.
Maybe I haven't watched Fox News just straight up in a while. The only time I ever see it is when I go to my parents' house, because that's all my mom watches.
Oh, that's better than my mom. All she watches is CNN. CNN.
My mom watch. My parents watch that stuff too.
That stuff. I know.
Opinion news.
Yeah, I feel you.
Or actually, it's not even opinion anymore. It's fiction.
Yeah.
So if Trump has fake news canned, right? I'm just gonna use fiction news.
Yeah, it's just. Oh, I see you tagged us in the thing from DC. Shit.
Yeah, and I've been. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention earlier. On here, like I was accused of being a QAnon candidate for mayor. Um, just because they went to my page and probably realized I support Trump. Just because are you support the president does not mean you're a Q person. Um, and I also was being accused of. We talked about this in your show actually. I was accused of them saying that I wanted to kill people who had abortions. And when I was on y'all's show and we talked about this, I feel like I said that sometimes conservatives can be too unforgiving.
Mm.
And there's people who actually regret the decisions that they made. And they've are in a lot of depression or they may have had a medical condition from it. But why would someone want to join your movement if you call them a murderer? So I've been very sympathetic on that, but someone decided to make that, and then the next day they delete their whole profile.
Wow. Now you fought back well. I mean, I agree with you on that point too, because I'm not radical on abortion anyway, but let's be real, most women are not super pro-life. They're pro-choice mostly. Like, maybe not overwhelmingly, but
I
so
think the
when you're trying to
problem is
attract
the
women,
education on it is so bad. People don't
mhm,
understand what it is, and then if you go under anesthesia or whatever, and you're not experiencing what's happening, you know, then you won't know. But like the thing is, like, I feel like this is bad education on it, and then no one even on the right necessarily has decided what's considered a life. Like taking birth control could be considered bad, right?
oh,
Or
I
wearing a
know people
condom.
that literally told me that like condoms are murder, and I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
But like the
You
thing
know
is,
who
like
I'm thinking
you're
of,
having them
Alex.
like a specified time of life, right?
Yes.
And then so it's just like once the education on it is better, I think one of the education things that needs to be pointed out first is the fact why did abortions come into play in America in the first place? It was to get rid of the unfit, who the elite determined were unfit. That was the
Mm-hmm.
initial reason. I think once that education is put into place, it would change a lot of people's mind on wanting to get that. And so like I said, like ignorance is not an excuse, but people have to be given the knowledge at least, like what it is, what they're doing with the babies after the fact. Why is it that this why doesn't Planned Parenthood support the other side? So it's kind of like people don't want to. I don't want to compare things that happen to other people, like Jews, like concentration camps. But the babies are being murdered or killed before they could be born. But they're targeting like they put these centers in certain locations for a reason. Margaret Sanger, well, didn't she speak at like these KKK places? Like, wasn't she a racist? Like, I think if people understood and learned that, and knew that, they would be less likely to do or participate or support abortions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, it's a definite part of the eugenics program, which was all about like killing people of certain races and with disorders, and very like Hitler got a lot of his inspiration from people like Margaret Sanger.
Yes.
Like he like the whole concept for like the Holocaust. He found that by visiting the U.S. and seeing their implementation. Because in the early 1900s, eugenics was disturbing. Like it was disgustingly popular. Like they go and have people get like sterilized all the time. If they were like criminals and like even petty criminals. Shit like that. It's pretty terrible. And yeah, she was a racist. That was her whole thing. God, she looks fucking ugly too.
No wonder she hates life. There's a lot of all these people, a lot of these hate. They tend to have like they're got something like insecurities going on.
Yeah. What the fuck is this? There's a Margaret Sanger Square in Manhattan.
Are you serious?
This is
Of course.
real. You seen this, Alex?
Are you surprised? It's New York.
Yeah, but like
They're
this looks like it's
like
old.
baby color corner.
Literally. Jesus
Fetus
Christ.
Deletus Avenue.
Let's see. It's yeah. Yeah, it's let's see. This was in
No, I think
this
it was
happened this happened in July. This wasn't long ago. This was like during when like the Floyd riots were happening and when we got Black Lives Matter Avenue in
What?
DC.
That makes sense. That's one distraction because you know what's funny? Actually, Biden. I keep doing that.
What are you, Sarah Palin?
So after like Biden said you ain't black, that whole ordeal, like a couple days later, because that's all people were talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Couple days later, George Floyd happened. And I'm like, that's very strange. Like that's a distraction from Biden's huge gift that year. Like people weren't having that, even on the left.
That's true.
So
That's
it was
why
just so
these
strange.
things always seem so like,
Plain.
fake. Now I don't know if obviously George Floyd was killed, like did die, yes, but the
Yes.
reactions always seem very manufactured.
Yes, amplified. Because obviously, like this stuff with cops killing people happens every 4 years. Like it
Mhm.
doesn't. No one's talking about if a white cop kills a black cop. A white cop kills a black guy right now. No one's talking about that.
Mhm. Yep. Very true. What was the thing you wanted to talk about, Alex?
I should. Weren't we gonna talk about that thing that guy said in the comments earlier?
Oh yeah, the TPUSA 2.
Well, yeah, that was another thing. But like, didn't that guy mention like at the beginning of the show something in the comments?
Let me see.
I think it was TPUSA.
Oh, the
too.
Time article. Yes.
Yeah, where they basically admitted that everything about the deep state is real.
Pretty
They bragged
much.
Mm-hmm.
This is the headline. The secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. Like, holy shit. They're so open about it now. That's what's changing. Is, we all know what's up. We, us. Like, people like us. But usually it's because we dug deep. We went around the censorship. We've went out and found shit. And then we said, like, oh my God, there's a deep state. And they're like, no, you're a conspiracy theorist. Literally, they're now saying it exists.
Because they don't feel like there's going to be consequences. Like, they feel like they have all the power. People who are in the office, they want in office. And so, therefore, they don't think there'll be consequences. Like, the media is owned by one side, for the most part. So there's no consequences. They come out and tell the truth. Now everyone wants to talk about how the election was actually stolen. Now this judge is pushing stuff now, but no one wanted to talk about it beforehand because they got who they want in there.
Yep. I mean, like, this is just a snippet from it. Their work touched every aspect of the election. They got states to change voting systems and laws to help secure hundreds of millions in public and private funding. They fended off voter suppression lawsuits, recruited armies of poll workers, and got millions of people to vote by mail for the first time. They successfully pressured social media companies to take a harder line against disinformation, use data-driven strategies to fight viral smears. They executed national public awareness campaigns, helped Americans understand their vote counts, blah, 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 blah. I mean, they're telling you their plan. As Alex Jones would say, this is their plan, people. Like, look at this.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild. Wild. Like, this, literally, if anybody ever says to you, oh, the election wasn't rigged, or oh, you're crazy for believing it, just send them this article. You don't need to send them anything else. Just send this article. But
And it's from their side.
exactly. I always try to do that. If there's something that supports something I believe, I try to find a left-wing source that's backing up the facts or is reporting on the facts I mentioned, so that they can't say, oh, that's just Breitbart, or oh, that's just InfoWars, or that's just Fox News. Use their own shit against them. But we wanted to talk about the TPUSA 2 thing because that actually involves some really interesting characters, including Candace and what's his name, Brand Tatum, and
Oh, he's talking about Turning Point USA because, yeah.
yeah. He's with Turning Point, and this woman on Twitter. Nothing else has really come after she broke this. I'm interested to see how things go because I feel like they are gonna go further. But she basically told a story of how she was at a Turning Point conference. I think it was the Black Leadership Conference, and she has a boyfriend, but she went there with friends with our boyfriend, and she met a influencer there. She didn't say who it was. That she'd already been like, talking to online. And when she got there, he tried to get with her. He gave her a drink in a coffee cup, and she drank it, and she realizes, yeah, he probably shouldn't have done that. And he basically like got her into a room and tried to do something with her. And she apparently told Brand Tatum about. She told Candace about much later, and she's been blacklisted from Turning Point. I mean, I'll be interested to hear you guys' takes on this if you want to chime in your 2 cents at all. But she's acting like Brandon didn't do anything about it or tried to say she lied. I don't think that's what he's really saying. I really don't know what's fully going on, but it's all a bit murky.
I think that if this happened to her, that like one thing, I wouldn't like attack the whole organization for it, even though when it comes to Lincoln Project, I would, because they're just bad people overall.
Oh shit, that
But
happened too this week. Yeah, the co-founder of Lincoln Project is not only a Russian agent of Russia, he's a pedophile, and he's been caught.
and abuses power.
Yeah, he was trying to groom people. It's really disturbing stuff.
But I'm gonna say I don't know who she's is accusing of doing something. But like how a lot of people are like, you have to like put a case forward, like put a case, like let the system work if it's supposed to work. Like make a report and go after the guy. But if you're only announcing it like on like social media and stuff, people have gotten kind of numb to it, thanks to me too. But yeah, that's all. That's the only thing I can think of on that subject because I don't know who she is or who she's accusing. But just off of that, like if she doesn't have a case against somebody, then maybe why some people didn't do anything because people try to keep to their principles, like innocent until proven guilty. Like the whole George Floyd thing, like you didn't know the whole story. Breonna Taylor, you didn't know the whole story. So, yeah.
It's I don't know what the fully think of it because I want to hear all sides first. I want to research a bit more, read up on a bit more, but I will say this from what rumors I've heard. I know these conferences are massive like fuck fests. I know that's what it's like.
That's most of them.
Exactly.
Almost any industry. Yeah.
Exactly.
Cheating on their wives, husbands, everything.
Yep. That's what. Yeah. It's not limited to Turning Point. It happens at YOWs. It happens at CPAC. It happens at Democrat ones. It happens at all these things because it's people alone with, let's be honest, especially when you're in college, a lot of good-looking girls, and there's alcohol. It's a recipe for a lot of fun nights and a lot of bad nights too for some people. So you're gonna have those bad apples here take advantage of these things, and could have happened in her case. I could definitely. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. The other thing I wouldn't be surprised is the Turning Point handled it poorly and they blacklisted her. That wouldn't surprise me either. But I don't know. Again, I need to research a bit more, but I think this won't be the end of it, because the Yao thing is really, really bad. I'm still working on our video for that. It's gonna take me a while to do. I hope to have it up next week, or this week technically. It might not be. It might be the following week, but it's a lot. It's really bad. Do you have any thoughts on this, Alex?
No, not really. I mean, Yao and Turning Point, they all seem like they have this issue with these conferences, and like especially like Turning Point, like lately, like you saw with the strippers and stuff at their last conference. Like, what the hell are they doing?
What?
Well,
Strippers?
They technically weren't, but they're pretty dang close to it.
yeah, I had to see that they were shooting like money. They had like these girls for Bang Energy drink. Like, it looked like something out of like a like a pro wrestling match.
Yeah, that's a good description.
It wasn't quite
Like
strict.
Hooters.
Yeah.
Or Redneck Heaven.
It's like you'd see this at like like a tractor drag or whatever. Like they had these girls come up on the stage and start shooting free money out of those like cannons at people.
Yeah, I'll pull up the video.
It defeated the whole purpose of socialism sucks when you're literally shooting money at people.
Yeah. That's what I said. It's literally the most off-brand, contradictory, hypocritical thing ever.
Yeah, it is, because the Democrats has some like take your booty to the pole video, and strippers and everything on the poles, and then Biden talks to Cardi B, a stripper.
Mm-hmm. Yep, here's the video I'm playing out. It's like, yeah, these women, I don't know who these women actually are, like, but I mean, look, I'm no prude. I like hot chicks. We all do. We're men. But
Except Donnie.
yeah, except Donnie, of course. Let's just swing that way.
What the fuck is this? It's like a Gatling gun. it's a money Gatling.
Yeah, dude, it is. All the dudes helping out too. Look at this thing, and yeah, it's the way they're doing this is very trashy. It's very off-brand, and it's just so bad.
Like, why?
Speaking of the whole attraction thing, like, remember how I said, you guys, I'm not gonna date until after the election, and the election lasted forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then now I'm running for election, and if I win, I'm like, it'd be really hard. I might end up being kind of like Kamala when it comes to like being like not when she got married, but she didn't have kids and stuff. I don't know. I'll be like really skeptical now, especially if I win. You know what I'm saying?
Well, to be fair, the mayor's only like a $250 a month, position. Doesn't it sounds like they're really not? They don't really have that much power.
True, but they do if you're making the policies and like building, stadiums.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not like
but the thing is, I guess it's a title that people would probably like try to use you for.
Bro, I keep watching this video. Look how they struggle with like pulling this cam on. Like the dude has to help out.
Well, they make these like two ladies do it, like, and the dude's just over there, like, "Come on, dude, be a man,
be a gentleman."
Yeah, you should help these like ladies do that. They're probably well, actually, it's in Florida, so there might not be cold. Like, with
I don't think they got a handle of it now. But look how they're like struggling. Like the one lady's like turning it, the Gatling gun. The other is pumping it with the air, the compressed air. Look at this shit. I know, poor choice of words. That is a pump and dump right there. Look at that. Oof, definitely not a short squeeze. Look at it go. Well, actually, no, it is kind of short.
Just why is Turning Point doing this?
Dude, that's what happens with these freaking donors, They say, "Oh, we gave you $12 million. Well, you better let us shoot money into your crowd."
Yeah, it's bang energy drink. Like, why do people like that energy drink too? Like, I've
Tastes
seen
terrible.
people. It's all energy drinks. Like, what's the difference? Like, fucking, Monster tastes like ass. Venom tastes like ass.
Venom.
Oh yeah, I used to have. I don't even know if they still make it anymore.
Remember
I
they
used to
Yeah,
used
be.
to make that one that was like killing people?
Oh,
Four
that was.
Loco.
They still make it, but
They cucked
yeah.
it.
But yeah, they got rid of some of the caffeine. Oh, here's the thing though, too. Like, you could go to a bar and get I think it was like a trash can, and that's where they put like the Red Bull in with like Jaeger, or no, it's the Jaeger bombs. It was like the Red Bull mixed with like fucking Jaeger, and that's okay, but Four Loco isn't.
Yeah, I remember yeah, you're gonna laugh. My sex ed teacher in college, he told us about how dangerous that combination is, like Red Bull and some of these alcohols. That's actually extremely
Wait, in
dangerous.
college?
Well, he was just a professor, but he was telling us like that's a thing, and then that's really dangerous. I know people. I've heard that people do that, but I don't know how big of a deal it is.
I had that before the Jaeger bombs or whatever. It never killed me.
Yeah, but mixed with the Red Bull though.
Yes, it is. That's what they do, or maybe it's a trash can, but I forget which one it was, but they get like the alcohol, they pour it in there, and they put like a can of Red Bull in there as well.
Jesus. There
And
is
that's
something. It may not be the Jaeger
Red Bull
one.
vodka.
Oh
yeah,
yeah, I think it's the Red Bull and vodka that's very dangerous. That might be it. Like it's
um,
surprisingly like really really dangerous.
people
Yeah,
forget
because it's
about.
really sweet. And
Mhm.
it's low in calories, so you get a 0 calorie.
There you
Mhm.
go. You probably lose calories because of that, like that caffeine. And they'll make your heart rate go up, but then
Yep.
Yeah.
also go down with the alcohol. See, that's why it's dangerous. You're
I
basically
tried drinking vodka and water on accident one time. I was like, I knew that's what it was, but I knew better. And like I threw up everywhere. Like
Oof.
and I wasn't even drunk. It was just like I can't do straight liquor. I just can't. I can't take a straight shot of anything. My favorite shot is pickle shot. But I need extra pickle juice in it or I won't drink it. But like I don't know what was my issue that day. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go ahead and drink some water and vodka, and that was a terrible idea. And I was like, I'm sober. This is disgusting. Like, I completely comprehend everything. But
you
like,
just did water and vodka.
yeah, I wasn't thinking.
Well, how would that really do anything? Like that's something that they do.
Well,
Like,
I can't drink straight alcohol. It was
oh
just diluted alcohol. Like I can't like and when I was younger, people were like, oh, let's take a shot, and I'm like, it would come straight out my nose. I was done. Like I can't. I have not taken a straight shot ever again since the first time. But I don't know what was wrong with me that day. That I was like, oh, dude, I'll go ahead and do water and vodka. Ugh, gross.
I don't know. See, like I don't know. I can't drink. I don't like drinking vodka straight because it just doesn't taste like it's meant to not really taste like anything. So I don't drink that. But I'll drink a good whiskey. I'll drink whiskey straight. I'll drink rum straight. The only things I really don't like drinking straight be like vodka and gin. I cannot take gin just fucking straight. That is the most disgusting like alcoholics alcohol. Like that's the only like.
Beer, I like beer. Beer is my favorite.
Well,
Like
yeah.
I can do beer.
Well, yeah, beer's meant like like hard liquor. Like you're supposed
Yeah.
to drink beer. If you had to take a chaser with beer, you have a problem. Like if you had to mix beer with something else, I think you should probably just not drink at that point.
I mean,
Hey, that's
sometimes
what
I
I
just want to
do.
drink water.
Oh, I always drink. I always try to drink water with whatever I have as well, just so that I don't get like hungover in the morning. Which reminds me, I have to drink. It's been interesting. Now we don't have Sam on this week, so I don't have to constantly chug whenever he met certain people.
I was wondering where is Sam
I don't
in
know. Is he
Apex?
hibernating? There you go. You got that one.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I
Alright,
won't
so
say it because then Alex will have to drink, and I know he has an alcoholic beverage with him.
always,
Chad.
always, whenever I go on the show,
You know what
I'll
I
start
have? You want to know what I have?
milk.
Hear that? It's
Not
the
your pocket pussy.
Shush. I got rid of
I
that long
honestly think
ago.
that I honestly think that we should like be called the king of the hill.
God, yes, you're from
Yup.
Arlen.
Yup.
Arlen. Damn it, Bobby. I love that show. That's honestly like, the older I get, the more I realize like that show was way ahead of its time.
Yes.
Like just the amount of stuff they talked about. Like they've had like episodes about all sorts of stuff about like what was it, transgenders, and this shit was like from a show that was like early to like late to 2000s.
Oh, I heard it's early 2000s.
I got
He's a rapper now.
God, these fucking
Yeah, one
rappers.
drop was a sick beat there, Alex.
They remind me of She's Thick
Yes.
off of TikTok.
Oh God. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with that stuttering bullshit.
We haven't even had
people.
Sam on. You're stuttering, and then you should have nothing in your system.
Do you haven't? Oh no, I just start drinking anyways.
I wonder who these 3 people are on this live. Maybe they're like spies.
Oh, there are 3 watching. Shit.
That's probably
Yeah, they're not even like saying anything in the chat. Say hi, or you're a spy.
Or your bot, Russian bot. Yeah, I mean we're gonna close out anyway soon. What was that?
They're sus.
Yeah, very sus. Hashtag sus. King of
No,
the
that-
Hill ran from 97 to 2010, by the way.
Yeah, I mean it was a good
Wow,
one.
it's over. That's sad.
Yeah, it's been over for a good
11
decade.
years. Yep.
They should bring it. Like I heard there was rumors about them bringing it back, but they wanted the motherfucker from Family Guy to do it. No, he would fuck it up.
Mm.
They can bring it back and then bring me as a mayor. I'll voice over my mayor discussions.
Yeah, I mean it's set in what? Arlen? It's close
Yeah.
enough.
I think it was based off of Arlington or something. I think it was based off of that city.
Let's see. It is an amalgamation of numerous Dallas Fort Worth suburbs, including Garland, Richardson, Arlington, and Allen. There you go.
Boom shakalaka. Oh, by the
Yeah.
way, it would be really cool with
What?
like I guess like the little bit of name recognition that I have. Then it might grow too, especially if I win. If we got the Super Bowl to come back to the Dallas Cowboys stadium,
Oh shit. I forgot that's
that
happening
would be a
tomorrow.
goal of mine.
That'd be
Is to
nice.
get the Super Bowl back here.
Donnie, you need to go and get like a statue set up of like Hank Hill and put in Arlington. You're get a statue of Hank Hill.
That'll be one of your campaign promises. And then when you do, you can just be, yep, promises made, promises kept.
Yep.
Who's
With a
that
beer in
guy?
his hand. Whichever beer company, gives more back to the city, that'll be the beer that Hank Hill will be holding.
Yes. Are they
Who was that
doing?
guy? Like I think it was from the Middle East, or maybe it was like one of those Eastern European countries who like paid like millions of dollars for the mech statue. It was like the Respect the Robot guy. I don't know if you remember that.
The
Mm-mm.
what?
There was some like dictator somewhere who like commissioned like $1 million like mech statue in his I think it was in one of the cities. And then when people were complaining about the cost, because it was like some like third world countries like Respect the Robot.
Huh, I don't remember that at all.
Well, let me find it.
Are you gonna watch the Super Bowl tonight?
Oh, it's Turkey. Yes, you have to see this shit. I'm posting in the chat.
I'm gonna be rooting on Tom Brady because he was not like a A hater.
Yeah, me too. Everybody hates Tom Brady, but I'm like, dude, the guy's one of the best athletes ever, and he's
I used
probably
to not like
based.
him because they cheated. Because like
Mm-hmm.
I was a Colts fan, a Peyton Manning girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were taping practices and stuff. I'm like, dude, y'all shouldn't disqualify. It's cheating. Regardless, like not even just because like I like my team and they need to win. Like I like fairness. It's like if you know what the calls are, if people say certain terms, if they use certain hand signals because you learn it from the practice, that's cheating. So, but I mean, even without the cheating, he's a very talented quarterback.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And here's the thing: is like if he wins the Super Bowl, I think he's gonna retire after this. He wants to retire on a win.
Yeah, I think they can win. I actually did see the game because I was at a location in Arlington. They had the game up, and somebody who I disagree with politically said they're going to lose. So therefore, that's the only reason why I would want them to win.
Well,
And
did you see
they thought that
some governors are
they thought
trying
the
to.
Saints they thought the Saints were going to beat them, and then they came back because there was multiple interceptions, and they won. So now Chiefs are going to play them. Didn't Chiefs win last year? Because I
Yes.
was wanting Chiefs to win because they were that I saw. I didn't see them like kneeling to the flag and doing all this extra BLM stuff. So
Well, did you see that a bunch of states are trying to force restaurants to keep their TVs off tomorrow so that people don't come in and watch the games?
What?
Yep.
How is that legal to do that?
I don't know, dude.
what? I haven't heard that in
It
Texas.
was on
Thank
the news
goodness.
tonight. Well, yeah, you're in Texas, you're lucky. Here in PA and in other places where we have crazy governors, apparently it's been a thing that's being pushed, like in multiple states.
Mm.
But y'all can look into that. But I do see the article that you pulled up, Alex. Turkish mayor told outraged citizen to quote respect the robot.
Wait, respect the what?
That's so funny.
This dude built like he used government funds to build a $20 million like looks like a fucking like Gundam statue in his city, and people were complaining. And then when he like they complained, he said respect the robot.
Oh goodness.
That's so base. I love it. Somebody, you know what somebody should do? Like when one of the, like majority Taylor Green should do this. She should get like a statue of like Master Chief or something, and put it somewhere. It would just piss them off, and then they'll like complain about it, and then she'll get the gamer vote.
I'm also running against the gamer.
Uh-oh. Yeah, but
Told me about
doesn't he have his pronouns in his bio, not his gamer tag?
I saw it on Venmo. He has pronouns. Yeah.
Yep, fake gamer.
I hate these stupid Gen Z gamers. Y'all never grew up in the Xbox Live like chats. Or
I grew up in the Nintendo era and Sony, like before it was PlayStation 3 or 2 or 1.
See,
oh man,
Like
I technically grew up in that era, Alex, but I was on the PlayStation side.
man, but you didn't see that. Like you had to go and see that time. It was like the Wild West. Like people these
was.
days, they they're paper people. They get like
oh
let's
wait,
play. What?
and I grew up in Sega Genesis and Game Boy.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, no, but like people like no those chats like those live chats those were like completely lit. People would say the most foul things on there, and now you have quote unquote gamers with their pronouns in their Twitter bio. Like you're not a gamer if you have your pronouns in your fucking Twitter bio, not your game tag. You're not a gamer. You're gay.
Dude, that's my new favorite line I came up with is that if you have your pronouns in your bio, not your gamer tag, you're not a gamer. Because that
You're not a
sums
gamer.
it
You're
up.
just gay.
Yes. Dude, because I remember I told you I was watching a thing recently that had footage and audio from those Xbox live chats, and you're right, it is like wild. It's like 4chan, 4chan on Xbox Live. Like people are threatening to like kill people. they were threatening to kidnap people. They would leave voicemails where they would threaten to
Oh
come to
my
people.
gosh.
Yeah.
Dude, it was funny. I remember that shit. Like, people would say the most like foul things, and then half the time there were kids saying it, and their parents would overhear, and they'd get their shit turned off.
Oh god. Well, the thing, that was really cool with Wall Street Bets was when I first got on that Discord server, it was kind of like that level until they got canned, and then they kind of had to be on better behavior. But I kind of know what you mean. I wish I'd, been more around the block then. I was only in the PS2 realm at that time.
Yeah, it was like going to 4chan or something, and just posting there, but in like voice.
Yeah, like I said, it's like 4chan playing fucking like Xbox.
Yeah, people used to actually have backbone. It was a while ago. And when people trash talked, it would actually affect people's performance because they get so offended. Nowadays, it's like, oh, you suck. I'm reporting you for hate speech.
Someone said, "Go to sleep." Oh my gosh! And have a bunch of angry faces.
Oh, is
I'm
that
a
Metal for
teabag on
Life?
everybody.
Is that Metal for Life?
PlayStation on me.
Oh,
Yeah.
hi.
Metal for Life. You're hilarious.
I got everyone PlayStation on these nuts knows me senpai.
I'll tell you,
Yeah,
Mel. What?
Apparently, they want people to go and do a coronavirus anal swab now.
Oh god. Yeah, that's true, dude. They're doing that
You
in
went
China.
there.
Oh God, why?
He
Is
said,
it
"It's hey."
It's fucking terrible. So I don't know if I'd like. Which would you rather have them like shove a swab up your like nose or shove a swab up your ass? Like, I don't know.
I think
It's
those.
no, dude, the nose ones, it's not fun. Like, they shove it all the way up your nose. It's like,
I've heard.
yeah, like when my girlfriend had to get that done, she did not like that. But like the anal swab, like, I don't know, I don't
They
like
say
that
it's
either.
more accurate than the throat method. That sounds really wrong.
Oh my gosh!
Just hope they don't mix up the things.
Yeah, or else you get an elephant walk.
Oh God, they give you they give you a used one by accident. Oh no.
No, read this headline. It literally says China rolls out anal swab coronavirus test, saying it's more accurate than the throat method. You hear that, kids? Throat is more accurate than anal.
Oh God. Like, who
Was that on the B? What was that one called? Something B. What is that other like publisher? But they're like something Balaton.
Babylon B?
Yeah, did it come from there?
Surprisingly, no. This is a
Oh
real
my!
thing. The video that's been circulating about this thing is fake, but the story is real. It is actually happening. Mel for life, I'll give you an anal swab if you don't behave in the chat. Oh, things got quiet now. Good. I know Mel for life, so don't worry. It's not creepy.
Okay. Who is it?
It's my
Is it male or
girlfriend.
female? Oh, hey, girlfriend. Hey.
She is right,
I
though.
think maybe it's time. Maybe it's time for you to get off because she was hinting that she wants to talk on the phone.
Yeah, maybe. Good thing we are far away right now. Yes, that's for your own good, Mel for life.
She wants to have some nice conversations with you.
Yeah, I'm sure she does.
What is her social media? Like, text it to me or like email it to me.
She
I wanna.
doesn't.
If she wants,
If she's cool, if I'll text you her Facebook. That's like the only thing she has. Talking to my
oh, I
side
barely
bae. Okay, really. I see. Mel
I
for
guess it's your
life.
sign to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Let's wrap it and tap out.
That's so not gay sounding. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in. Like, share, subscribe, as always. And you can go follow Donnie on her website, DonnieForMayor.com. Is it Donnie for Mayor or Donnie Anthony for Mayor? No, it's Donnie for Mayor.
Yeah, DONI. DONI.
Yes, DUNI for mayor.com, and you follow her on Twitter, Gab, all that shit. Please do it. Please help her out. She's been awesome. And thank you for coming on, Donnie.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we'll see you guys next time. That's all, folks.
All right, take it easy.
Bye.